Hi guys, welcome back to Living with Lucy, the Lucy Show live stream. Hope you guys are all doing well. As usual, coming into my stream, please do me a gigantic favor. It costs you absolutely nothing to just smash that like button, make sure you're subscribed, and all that good stuff. Check out my links down in the description below if you want to follow me on all my other platforms. So thank you so much for doing that. And oh my God, I just couldn't focus on work right now. I'm like, I have to do a live stream because I want to be there and document this moment, this beautiful moment of BTC finally surpassing $69,000. I just saw it earlier and it was on Robinhood and I saw that it was at 68,500. I don't know how much it is right now, but Ethereum is climbing. Full disclosure, if you want to know exactly what I trade and when I'm selling my stuff, because I'm definitely planning on selling a lot of things this year, definitely follow me on my paid subscriptions. You can check it out down in the description below. I update there when I do a trade. So if you want to see that, go ahead and check it out. I will talk to you guys probably sometime, maybe not today, about like old trades. So that's stuff like I share on live streams, so whatever, like trades from like 2-3 years ago or whatever. But right now Ethereum is at 3,618, which is absolutely beautiful. Shiba Inu and Dogecoin, though, honestly, it's the best. I feel like they have been doing the best in the last 2 days. Besides Pepe, which is kind of up there, I think it surpassed top 50, which is crazy. But Bitcoin, let me see. Oh my gosh, it is okay. It dropped a little bit from like right when I looked at my phone. I'm like, I really want to do a stream, but it hit, as you can see, 68,472, which is so crazy. Hi there, Steven. Held Doge since January 2021. Nice. I guess I can say the same thing, except I started in like 2020, but I wasn't really serious about it. Now looking back, I'm like, oh, I should have bought so much more when it was like 0.003. I think that's around the time when I got, or maybe it was 0.001. I'm not sure anymore, but okay. We're gonna watch this together. So I'm gonna turn around and do my thing because I have my work to do, but I'm gonna leave the stream on. So I'll check back on it every once in a while. And I'm also gonna be playing some Michael Saylor for you guys, since we are talking about Bitcoin and I'm listening to him and I love listening to his videos. Like I used to listen to his videos even during like the downfalls of 2022, 2023, just to like boost myself up and like convince myself, hey, maybe it will come back. Because I think there's nobody out there that is more bullish than Michael Saylor. Like I honestly wish that if every single person in this world loved their partners as much as Michael Saylor loves Bitcoin, like there would be no divorces in this world. I love this man and his love for Bitcoin. So I think this is, I don't know when exactly this was, but it's Bitcoin Atlantis. And you could just kind of hear it with me, I guess, in the backdrop if you want. Or just yourself. It feels good to be excited again. Yes, absolutely. Pistol, be excited, but okay, hold on. Let me pause this. Some things I want to say is, you guys know, if you've been watching my last 2 live streams, is that I'm not, my feelings for crypto right now has changed. Like I still love it, obviously, and I do think it's going to stick around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have held on to it. But I don't know about everybody else and all the other people who, do YouTube or have X and also talk about crypto and then has been invested in crypto or trades all the time. I don't know what everyone else is thinking, but I know I have changed my mindset from obviously when I was doing live streams with you guys in 2021 and trading crypto and it's all exciting. It's still exciting, but my excitement level is more over here instead of over here, and I'm more calm, and I got like half a button on the sell button all the time. Like I have already placed a lot of limit sell orders. I'm not going to tell you which ones and what it is, but I've already got, not everything, but I have some set up for limit sell orders because I'm prepped. Like you don't want to miss out on this stuff. I really wish that I did this for like some other cryptos. So recently, actually, I had no idea, but my SO was telling me that like YFII, I don't know if you guys know what that one is, but YFII, I bought it like a long time ago. It's just kind of like a YOLO. I don't know how much money I even threw into it, probably a couple of G's. And then I just left it there And recently, I think it was taken off of Coinbase. So it's kind of just been like left in my ledger and I've just forgot about it because I was like, oh, it's not moving. It's not moving. But it actually 4x'd. So I could have gotten all my money back and then some if I just put it into Coinbase at the time before it was removed and like set a limit sell order. But I didn't do that. I just left it in my stupid ledger and now it is removed. But I still have my YFII. It just really sucks. It just really sucks that I didn't get to sell at the crazy 4x moment that it had. Literally, like it was one day that I missed this year. Like I don't know what I was doing. It was January. I think it was like between January 20 or January 30th, around that time. Like it just crazily like shot up and then it got removed. So I don't know if like I don't think Coinbase is gonna bring it back after it removes it. I don't really know. But anyways, my point is I am ready to sell this time. My mind is just sell, sell, sell. Do I want to buy back eventually and still be in crypto? Absolutely. But right now, my portfolio is just so heavy and deep into crypto. It is not well diversified. I don't want to be mostly in one category, even though right now it's heavily paying off, but I don't want to be in one category anymore. If anything, I want to diversify so hard that I want to have physical real estate. I want to have crypto. I want to have a lot of stocks, maybe ETFs. Honestly, I'm not a fan of ETFs. Like I'm happy that Bitcoin spot ETFs happened. And then hopefully, I think right now people are saying that if Ethereum ETFs get approved, then we could get Ethereum ETFs as soon as like May or whatever of this year. I hope that goes through because obviously you guys know that I like Ethereum, but I don't think ETFs are the way to go for me. I never really enjoyed it with stocks or with any of these crypto ETFs. So there's that. And I wish you guys luck. I will be right back. Just literally going to move over here to do some work. And in the meantime, I guess I'll let you guys chill and you can listen to Michael Saylor with me and just be pumped and let me know, like comment and let me know in the live streams when I come back and I'm not checking my phone, and let me know when we've hit all-time high. I have a good feeling that right now could be possibly the day that BTC hits over 69,000. And I think a lot of people believe that Bitcoin, sorry, I have to shut them off for a second there again. But a lot of people believe, and this is through statistics, like through old like S&P 500 all-time highs. Once something hits either an index or a stock or crypto, once something kind of hits an all-time high, it is very likely to see a newer all-time high. And that simply explained, I think is very easy for people to understand, like psychologically, because for example, me, right? I put in 50 grand into Shiba Inu. I'm still down right now. But when I get back up to $50,000, am I just going to sell after waiting like 2.5 years? No, I'm not going to do that. So I think a lot of people, they're not just going to wait to the point where they bought it in for, which is like, let's say a new, the old all-time high. Most likely a lot of people, even right now, like people who are FOMOing into Bitcoin at like 60s, but they weren't buying any at 30. It's just the way life is. Like people don't want to miss out. People FOMO into things because they don't want to be left behind. And then so people are now buying into Bitcoin because everybody believes it again. And now it's close to 69,000. And guess what? Once it hits 69,000, the person who bought it like 2 years ago, back when it was like, I don't know, in November of when it was climbing up in November of 2021, when Bitcoin went from, just around 60s to 69 to its all-time high, like those people who bought it at 65 and now they're seeing 69, they're not just going to sell it at 69 and break even. They're going to wait for the new all-time high. And then you get all those people, all their friends and their family and their neighbors coming in and selling. And it's actually really funny because I was just talking to one of my friends who, they didn't blame me that they lost money because obviously never financial advice on my channel, entertainment purposes only. I was never blamed by anybody specifically about like selling, buying any Dogecoin and then talking about it. But a lot of people that I know, know that I, do YouTube and then I talk about crypto and then I have crypto. So a lot of people that I know ended up saying like, oh, because of you, like I got Dogecoin and now it sucks because at one point, obviously it was like 6 cents. And so there's this one couple actually I know that bought Dogecoin at around 15 cents. And then I was like, oh man, it really sucks when it went down to 6. And then they just like jokingly said to me, obviously through the past 2 years, like, oh, it's never going up, is it? And then I'm like, I don't know what to say. I'm like, I did not tell you to buy it. You bought it yourself. I'm like, I choose to hold on to positions that I believe in. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. Obviously, you went to buy that yourself. So if you want to hold on to it, hold on to it. If you don't want to hold on to it, don't hold on to it. And luckily, they did hold on to it, and now they're in the green. And so we were chatting about it, and I asked them, I'm like, so what are you going to do? Are you going to sell, or are you going to hold on? And of course, the answer was they're going to hold on, which I'm not really surprised about, because that's just kind of human nature, right? We all want more. And that is the reason why I don't plan on being like who I was in 2021. I need to literally unwire my brain in a way where I have to do what I don't really want to do. What I really want to do is obviously just hold on to everything like 2021, but I'm just going to go against that. And I will force myself to hit that sell button. So to all of you guys that are reminding me in the comments for my videos to sell, thank you. I see it. I see you. And don't worry. I'm doing it. I just can't tell you exactly when I'm doing it unless you're one of my Patreons or on my OF. You can check out that down in the description below. But thank you guys. Please smash the like button, and let's listen to some Michael Saylor as I do some work, and I'll get right back to you guys. I'm right here. I'll like check up, look at the chat. Oh my God, it's at 68. Check it out. BTC 68 right now, folks. So crazy. But I will listen because I want to know what they thought. And all right, let me know when it goes to 69. I'm so excited. Hi there, Patrick. Welcome. Low roller scratcher. Go to $10 Dogecoin. Okay. I'm gonna ask you guys. I'll leave a poll for you guys before I start working. But this is gonna be a long stream, so don't worry. If you're late to this, we're gonna be doing this for a while. Enjoy Michael Saylor. Hold on. How much do you think Doge will go to this by 2025? I'll say by 2025 end. Well, we'll stick with that. Durable and maintainable. If you're a living creature, you're converting your work into organic energy. We call it fat. Fat's the most scarce, desirable, portable, durable, maintainable asset in the organic world. It might have been love listening to him. Okay, we'll say the first one will be I have to give you guys like a pessimistic option, so we'll go with like just 30 cents, and then we'll do like 75 cents, which is just about the old all-time high. Then we'll do $1, and then we'll do $1.50. I'll just go $1.50 as my highest. Let me know. He's like, Michael Saylor is like, he literally has so I think he's doing some type of conference, and his lovely little PowerPoint says Bitcoin is the best. There is no second best. Again, the love for BTC is unmatched. I love it. But why is that the case? Well, let's just start with Bitcoin is digital. And the entire world for the last 5,000 years has lived on analog assets. Now, what is that? What kind of asset is it? Well, you could think of it as digital capital. And we've talked about capitalism. There are hundreds of trillions of capital. Bitcoin is digital capital. Michael Saylor. You could also property. I don't know what year this was, though, honestly. I don't know. It said it was posted 2 days ago. I'm watching it from Remo Echerick. I click into whatever random, anything Michael Saylor I see on my Explore page. Hundreds of acres of land somewhere. We can also call it digital money. Money, a medium of exchange, a store of value, a unit of account. But as you see, but I love Michael Saylor. I love taking notes from him. Just like I took a bunch of notes that I thought, because like he has like 2-hour-long like conferences. Sometimes he'll just like talk on a webcam over and over. So like I took him to notes. So if anybody that is interested and you like seeing my random notes or my trades, definitely check out my Patreon, link down in the description below. I do post it to my $20 tier, so you'll be seeing that if you're a part of that tier, I'm sure. And let's see some of the comments. Hit that like button. CPL McDead, thank you. I bought a bunch 2 weeks ago. It was so flat. I knew something was going to happen. Oh my God. I wish I wish I got into Dogecoin like only, I guess, about 2 weeks ago, because obviously I've bought Dogecoin in like 2020, 2021. So you deal with a lot more emotional highs and lows doing that versus all the lucky people who just ended up buying PayPay like a month ago. I'm sorry. I'm like totally traumatized by PayPay and the fact that I didn't get it.
They immediately go to medium exchange and they immediately think about a currency and they immediately get themselves wrapped around the axle in opposition to the peso or the dollar or the naira, and it becomes a very political discussion. When you come back to think of it as property or wealth, then it becomes much less political. And of course, my favorite, Bitcoin, is digital energy. Now,
digital energy.
Fat is organic energy. The universe is made up of energy.
I think he just said fat is organic energy.
Einstein showed us that when he gave us the E equals mc squared. He said matter is energy, energy is matter. Now, Bitcoin is more than these things. I could go on for a while, but the point of this is not to talk to you about what Bitcoin is.
He's going to talk about Bitcoin for like 50 minutes, by the way.
The real point of this
and we're just 5 minutes in.
What Bitcoin means to the rest of the world. Bitcoin's going to have many types of participants in the future. You know, one set of participants, one set of people that are going to be plugged into the Bitcoin network are clearly individuals. There are 8 billion individuals on the planet. What are individuals going to contribute to the Bitcoin network? Right? The individuals bring creativity, they bring clarity, they bring conviction, they bring capability, they bring the conscience to the world. And of course, they are going to hodl. They're going to hold.
I say hodl, and he's like, hodl.
Life, right? Now, how many? Lots, right? Right now, there are hundreds of millions of individuals that have an interest in Bitcoin, one way, shape, or the other. It's going to be.
I have no idea what the price of Dogecoin is right now, by the way. I just want to check it like maybe like every half an hour, every hour, just to see if it could possibly break 19 today, because we already hit 18, which is beautiful, because I thought it was going to take like 3-4 more days. But Nvidia today, though, crazy, like hitting close to 9.
That individual creativity and aspiration manifest itself. Of course, one of my favorites is families. There's 1 billion families, about 1 billion families. And why do families matter? They're the future of humanity. That's why they matter, right? Families bring the compassion, they bring the community, they bring continuity, they bring joy, they bring hope. And a family is just a much more powerful unit than just an individual. Families will hodl. And we're starting to think about families now and how they join the network. But there's a third.
I don't know if Michael Saylor has children, or if his he has like a wife or kids, and if he does, like what is? I'm really curious, like what his wife and kids feel about his Bitcoin love and hodling.
Investment companies can be they can be mutual funds, they can be trust funds, they can be exchange traded funds, these ETFs, they can be hedge funds. And they have not trillions, but probably 100 trillion.
That's why I'm doing my
floating out there, and they get to
squats
decide
too.
how those assets will be disposed of.
I try to do my squats in the morning now, because I didn't even watch the video, but I saw like some YouTube video like title, and it said why you should never work out at nighttime. It's like I should work out in the morning.
Write them off when they can decide to reallocate $10 billion from gold to Bitcoin on behalf of 18 million retirees that used to work for the Postal Service, right? And when they make that decision, they're making that decision that impacts families and impacts individuals, but they're also making the decision as a fiduciary. And the last 36 days have been an illustration of how important these kind of companies are, because every day in the market, they're buying hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin. They're trading it, and they're building up billion-dollar positions. This has just started. We're 36 days into a massive adoption of just these exchange-traded funds, but it's going to just keep going, and they're going to ripple all through the world.
Oh, this is 2024. This is Michael Saylor's talk at Bitcoin Atlantis 2024 in Madeira.
if you go back to 2018 and the Bitcoin
This is
community,
pretty recent, so that's
if you
good.
said the word, you said Larry Fink, people go.
Matthew says, I was a Bitcoin maxi last cycle. This year, I am Doge. Doge the moon. So what are you going to be next year then?
Goes on television and speaks to leaders in the world.
I wish I was a PayPay maxi, guys. I honestly, if I could go back in time.
It is hope. Larry Fink has said Bitcoin is hope. Now,
wait.
What does that say to me? It says we don't have enemies. What we have are people that need Bitcoin that don't yet know why they should be our friend.
We don't have enemies, just people who didn't buy Bitcoin yet.
When someone goes on television and they're asked, what do you think about Bitcoin? And they get poked and they're a little bit irritated, they got to ask the question. They're not an enemy of Bitcoin. They're just not prepared for the question. And in fact, over time, the journalists will do the poking because they know the most important thing in the world today is Bitcoin. And you're going to have a group of people that understand it that will say,
get stuffed. Hi there. Hey, Lucy, so happy to catch you live. Congrats on Doge Rising. Thank you so much. I mean, congrats to everybody, not just Doge Rising, but like literally most of the meme coins. I feel like every single meme coin I have is pumping right now. And even the non-meme ones, you know, Ethereum, Bitcoin. So very happy about that. I'm curious to see just how high and how quickly this can move, because my personal prediction is this is all going to get really wild from, well, it already started like a few days ago to 3 more weeks, because I don't think it's going to be up and crazy every single day 30% growth for meme coins or for Ethereum or for BTC for like a whole month, just judging by like the past. So I'm giving it like 3 weeks from now, maybe. And then I wouldn't be shocked if there's some like crazy correction and then they're going to blame it on taxes. Like, who knows? By the way, smash the like button if you haven't already. Make sure you are subscribed if you want to watch other videos from me.
These companies are critical to our quality of life. We know that from Austrian economics. But if you're wondering, like, how long have we had specialization of labor? You know, 1 million years ago, they dug up stone axe factories. And it indicates that 1 million years ago, before we had writing, before there was recorded history, there was a company manufacturing stone axes, which meant that there was a specialized economy with corporations. There were people growing food, there were people hunting, there were people fighting, there were probably people collecting the taxes to pay for the stone axes, for the people fighting. It's all happened before.
I'm going to be healthy today. Be a good example and actually drink water. Yesterday I was drinking tea.
And Google and Microsoft perform pretty systemically important roles, as does the airline that flew you here.
I'm not drinking it from just here because I have lip gloss on.
Built the bridges or the tunnels or the airports
that's when you can
on.
use your straw.
These are important. What are they going to bring to Bitcoin? Well, they're going to bring new services, like Cash App as a service. They're going to bring new products. They're going to bring you your signing devices. They're going to bring you full nodes or integrated nodes or
you guys should see his PowerPoint for this. His PowerPoint for this, all of them, like all the points, it has HODL on the bottom. Learning. Hey, Dogecoin millionaire. Yes, in terms of, I do have more than 1 million Dogecoins, but I'm not a Dogecoin millionaire. As in, I don't have $1 million in crypto right now. I love Lucy and Doge too. Hi there, Josh. Have you got any Caspa? I hope so. I have a really good feeling about it. Caspa, K-A-S-P-A. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't even know where you get that or what number it is on the CoinMarketCap. Thank you, Style Cool. You're the best. Thank you for all of you guys that are here. We got 29 people in here and we got 29 likes. So let's pump those likes up for Bitcoin. Hopefully it gets to $69,000 today. Actually, I would really like to see 70, like for it to go over 70. And then, you know, next thing you know, it's going to be, all the news is not going to be talking about, I think NVIDIA is already being overshadowed though by like all the Bitcoin news. Dan Cruz is asking if Bitcoin is going to be 100,000. Yeah, it's possible, but I would also argue it's very likely. I would also argue that it's very likely that BTC could get to 99 or 96 this time instead of 69. And then just kind of pause a bit until 2025 or until the next cycle. So be careful for those of you guys. We talked about this yesterday. I'm a little bit fearful of when people make a bet on like an even number. So that's just me. But for those of you guys that don't care about crypto that much and you're just here to chill, definitely check out my pinned message on the top of this live chat for Rakuten. If you're not using Rakuten, I think you're definitely missing out, because Rakuten is an app that you can use to literally get cash back. And they're doing this deal right now where if you use my link, you can get $30 cash back when you spend $30. So yeah, you're literally getting $30 back when you spend 30 to buy whatever it is that you want. I use Rakuten all the time. So let me know if you're also interested and just check out the link. Thank you to those of you guys that already used it. And then also I think it's a great way to make like side money for myself too, because every time if you use Rakuten and then you refer your friends and family and then they use it, then you also get a $30 referral. I think sometimes they'll move it down to like 25, but right now it's 30. And then other days they move it up to like 40 or something. So definitely check that out.
It's the network. It will actually embrace or enhance and support the lives of every individual and every family. We need them, right? Companies are not, the evil empire creature that's against you. Companies are just made up of people. And the person running the company either understands Bitcoin or they don't. And if they don't, then they're just a supporter waiting to be recruited. Or they'll be
supporter waiting to be recruited. Oh, hold on.
And they own it personally, and they're waiting for the political environment in their company to change so that they can buy it corporately. Tim Cook has admitted to, owning Bitcoin, right? Lots of senior level CEOs own it. Sometimes they're reacting to their.
It feels like the old days. Crypto is healthy again, and Luci is live streaming more often. Yeah. Some of you guys were like, she's back. And I'm like, I'm not the only person that's back. It's like literally every single person who's ever made any YouTube videos about crypto and then maybe disappeared or I don't know, came back later. But I'm not fully back, I feel like, because I used to just make so many videos, I feel like, just about crypto, because I felt like I was told like helps with the algorithm, helps boost your channel, which it did. So thank you guys for those of you that subscribed and followed. But I don't know, my passion is more than just like crypto and stocks. What I like is to just self-expression and connect with people. And hopefully you watch my videos and it makes you smile a little bit, or even if you laugh at me for my stupid videos, I don't mind it. Like, I'm just here to entertain. Like, I enjoy making other people happy. And if it's as simple as making a video that costs me absolutely nothing, I think it's great. So this is my passion and I will continue to do it. Even if some of you want me to make YouTube videos about crypto all the time, that's unfortunately not the case, but don't worry. When things are good, I will go along with the flow and there will be more crypto videos. Cause I'm like, what do you want me to make crypto videos about when Bitcoin was like $20,000? But yes, we are basically back. I mean, Michael Saylor is the one who never left.
But ultimately, these operating companies are going to be great supporters of the network. They already are. And
I honestly wish I was there. This Bitcoin Atlantis thing looks awesome.
The same way. Now we get to everybody's favorite, banks, right? And
yeah,
you could be your own bank. That's the promise of Bitcoin. But
I wish there was somebody like this for Dogecoin. Like they were that educated as like Michael Saylor and has like a giant company that's possibly going into the S&P 500. I don't know if you guys know this, but Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, I think he stepped down as CEO, so I'm not sure if he's CEO anymore. I don't think so, but either way, it's his company that he, I believe, founded. But Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, apparently hit market cap of like over $15.8 billion recently, and that means they could possibly in the future get approved to go into the S&P 500. So that would be extremely interesting. But yeah, I wish there was somebody, I wish he was into Doge as well. Like even 10% of his passion for Bitcoin moved to Dogecoin, but that wouldn't make sense because he's just such a Bitcoin maxi that, like, I don't know. It makes more sense that he's this way. I kind of like it. I just wish that there's like a Dogecoin maxi just like him. And yeah, I'm pretty sure if we had like our own Michael Saylor, but for like Dogecoin specifically, Dogecoin would be like a $10. I'm just kidding. $2 is definitely possible. Like if you had like a billionaire behind it.
Billions and billions.
Not that Elon Musk isn't behind it. I feel like he is. He isn't really tweeting about it, but I'm excited.
Trillions of dollars of assets. And they are intertwined essentially.
Golden McIvers, you're asking me what I hauled through crypto winter. A lot of things. But if you want to see my specific portfolio, check out my links down below. Paid subscription. Thank you guys.
What do? Well, they custody, they extend.
But I had a lot of random stuff. Let's just say I have a bunch of memes. And I also have serious stuff like Ethereum. Thank you, Patrick P. I don't know. I don't hope for blowing up anymore. I just hope you guys connect with me, as in make sure you check out the links down in the description below, especially my link tree. I don't think I'll change my name anytime soon, so I think I'm always going to go with this random name I came up for myself in 2020, Living with Luci. So just make sure you are following me at the very least on X, so that this way, if I get off of any platforms and I start making only TikTok live streams one day, I don't know, that you're around, that we're connected. So make sure you follow me and subscribe me on all these different platforms. Much, much appreciated. Wait, you're unserious this year? I feel like I am more careless this year. I don't know about you guys, but I think for crypto, for me this year, I am just a lot more careless, and I hope to have this vibe going into the rest of my life. Like, I just don't ever want to be so tense about trading ever again, like I was in 2021 and the ups and downs, and even 2020. When, for those of you guys that have been here longer, when I talked about TVIX, like that was heartbreaking. Just, it's too much but that's my fault. It's, that I wasn't mature enough to be trading that much money, to be honest. And so I emotionally couldn't handle a lot of it. Like if you're going to cry about your trades, like I did when I was in 2020, yeah. Like if you're going to cry about your trades, that's probably not a trade you should have done in the first place.
Really want to borrow money from the dude down the street, right? They call that a loan shark.
Loan shark.
And yes, you can do it. But
I think I'm on
interest rate,
50 something from my
run to 70% a year, not 7% a year. So however bad you think it is with a bank, it gets infinitely worse when it's an individual, right? And they don't.
I would never borrow money from like a loan shark.
So banks are really
or from anybody.
For these things. They also have an important role in transfer, settlement, moving assets around millions of times a day or billions of times a day.
His PowerPoint, which you guys cannot see right now, it says banks around the world custody hundreds of trillions in assets and serve billions of customers. So yeah, there's I think all the economists right now and crypto gurus, finance gurus are all saying that if Bitcoin needs to reach $1 million, it would have to have countries invest in it, or say like, oh, they've been secretly buying all this time or whatever. That would be like the banks from the countries. But then even if it's just like, I don't know, Bank of America or like Chase that say, oh my God, we're going to just start buying a whole bunch of Bitcoin or any type of crypto, I think that'd also be crazy.
You know, they used
what
to
does that sound?
Banks where all the money are, where all the money is. Banks will hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet in time. As will nonprofits, right? How important are nonprofits? Your church, your school, right? Your soccer team or your club.
Check out Dog with Hat Coin. Golden McIver, you missed my chat yesterday. Like, no, I already know about that one, and I missed it. I missed the train for that.
You know that almost 6% of the U.S. economy is nonprofits. I mean, it's
too late for me.
Incredible amount, right? And so
but good luck if you have Dog with Hat Coin. I also do wish that I knew about it. I literally never heard about it until this month, February, March, sorry.
Maybe you don't want to go, and they will go, right? They will drive engagement, right? They have missions to engage with the weak, the young, the old, the poor. I mean, everybody, everywhere, over the border where you are not. They go into dangerous war zones. They're the Red Cross, right? They provide medical services, right? And they provide advocacy. They're pretty effective at providing.
I hope I'm going low enough for my squats.
Side, they spread ideas all through the world. And when they're against you, they can also be not so good. And they're endowed, right? The greatest endowments in the world, the Harvard, the Yale endowments, right? These institutions like Cambridge or Oxford, they've been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's because they have endowments. Bitcoin is the best asset in the endowment, right?
To get some ice for my water. Be right back.
And this is the need they have. And we will see more and more of them embrace this. And then finally, I could subdivide the world into 37 categories, but I'm going to end with governments, because oftentimes people think, well, the government is against Bitcoin. And what I'm here to say is the government is made up of people, and the government's here to provide essential services everywhere on earth to deal with defense, water, sewer, education, medicine, insurance.
Check out my super awesome ice cubes. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like,
for the orphans. There's a lot of things governments do.
There's like a ridge.
Keeping traffic working and keeping the ports working. And so
I want to get heart ice cubes one day, just to be very extra.
We're actually here in Madeira.
So I'm a very extra person.
The reason I'm here is I was invited here by the president of Madeira, right? So, and let's give him a hand.
Oh, president of Madeira. Okay, that's where he is.
So they have this role. They will integrate. They will provide security. I think governments will eventually engage in Bitcoin mining. They will support Bitcoin miners. They will defend
Hope so.
miners. When you see a world of 100 different countries, all of them mining Bitcoin, then attack on one of the Bitcoin miners.
So okay, Doge ETF. I would assume that a Doge ETF probably will not happen until obviously an Ethereum ETF happens, an Ethereum spot ETF happens, and then probably an XRP ETF. Because again, we have to remember that technically the SEC lawsuit really was just against XRP. And then obviously XRP won to state that they're not a security, right? So they're just a cryptocurrency. So it actually makes more sense for XRP to have an ETF, honestly, in my opinion, before DOGECOIN does. I mean, who knows though? We live in a world where honestly nothing makes sense, and maybe they'll be in Shiba Inu ETF. I think I saw that there's like something on Twitter about there's going to be a release of something crazy, I guess, the Shiba Inu community, whatever it is that they're doing. And then apparently they're gonna unveil something huge and then causing the prices to spike like crazy. I have no idea what's going on with Shiba Inu, but good luck. I'm part of the team right now because I do have Shiba Inu, and I wanted to go like, I don't even care. I know Shiba Inu yesterday was like rank 11. And I think now it's at rank 10 or like right behind Dogecoin basically. And I'm fine with it. Like it could 3x and just beat Dogecoin for all I care for now. Because I remember at one point, like Shiba Inu, October 2021, at that point, like Dogecoin was already on the downward spiral. And that at that point, everybody only cared about Shiba Inu. So it's fine. I know it takes turns. I do think that in the end, though, Dogecoin's still going to be above Shiba Inu no matter what. Like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now, I still think that Dogecoin is still going to be above Shiba Inu and above Dog with Hat and above PayPay and all that other stuff trying to be like Dogecoin. for the long run. So if there's going to be any Doge ETFs, that'll probably happen before anything else. So I'm excited, but I think it could happen, but it would not happen until like maybe the next cycle, or at best like late 2025 it could be talked about. Like, but you have to imagine, like, I think Doge would have to go to $1 and above and stay there and then still show so much interest, and then probably have more reason for people to think that it'll stick around than just being a meme coin. Because okay, BTC, we can think of it as, obviously Michael Saylor sees it as just like the new store of energy, storage of energy, the new store of just value, right? Like, because in the past we didn't just trade spices and like see value in spices. Like apparently in Italy at one point, I also learned this from Michael Saylor, not from this video, but from like another video. But I think he said like in the 1500s, don't quote me, check it out yourself. But a long time ago, in Italy at one point, they held on to paintings as their storage of value. So like the store of value like changed many times over throughout history. It wasn't just gold all the time, right? Like at one point people were collecting shells from the sea. So I can see people wanting to hold on to Bitcoin for their reasons, right? Like whether you just think it's easier, like obviously if you're going to leave like your country, you go to another country, it's easier to have Bitcoin than it is to hold on to like a bunch of bars of gold, which would be really heavy. And Ethereum would be more about like smart contracts. So that's the reasoning to keep it. I think generally most people that I talk to don't believe in Dogecoin and don't believe in any of these meme coins like Shiba Inu, PayPay, or what have you, Floki. And I do understand why they don't want to believe in it, because if you don't have, let's say, a billionaire backing it up, for example, at least with Dogecoin, you got Elon Musk like sort of accepting some stuff for it over the years through Tesla. But if you have like no billionaires backing it up, like no one with power that could possibly boost it up, and then you say there's all these use cases for it, but no companies actually adopt you, it wouldn't really, it honestly wouldn't last, and nobody's going to buy into that. So hopefully more things happen for Dogecoin and somebody other than Elon Musk adopts it and starts accepting it for their cars or for, I don't know, jewelry or cards or anything out there. I'll sell Doge maybe at 85, Stephen Barry says, and keep 30% and sell 70%. Okay, nice. 70% SHIB at satisfying price. Best to buy same coins in different platforms, getting multiple chances to profit as it rises. Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah, I just want to sell everything. I think there's only 10% of me that's like, okay, maybe I'll keep something just for the heck of it, but probably I'm going to empty out my entire portfolio. So I have the cash option to do whatever it is that I want in the coming downfall that is crypto winter. That always happens, but
result in a response by another country. So I think the governments will also be advocates, and the governments have balance sheets, and the governments will hold them. So everybody here, they all need Bitcoin. They can all contribute to Bitcoin, and they will all support it. So key point, everybody. And when I say everyone, I don't mean every person. I mean every entity.
He says everyone needs Bitcoin.
The ones you love, the ones you hate, your enemies, your friends, the company you dislike, the company that you adore, the other family, the whatever, your favorite sports team, and the awful soccer team that beat your soccer team. Sorry, awful football team that beat your football.
What about a Cardano ETF? I don't know much about Cardano. I don't have any Cardano,
It's
but
not just Bedford that needs Bitcoin.
I think a Cardano one would happen before a PayPay one or a Shiba Inu one.
Everybody benefits.
But again, I still think XRP,
They might know it.
legally, it makes more sense because it's
Why they
gone through a
benefit?
lawsuit. Whereas honestly, any other cryptocurrency could technically get in trouble with the SEC, like anytime, right? Who knows? Christian, what is your average price in Doge? So I can answer that. Under 3 cents, I would say. Under 3 cents.
And then at some point we realized that if we could get the toxic pathogens out of our blood, we might live longer. Antibiotics are about getting the toxins out of your blood, right? Sterilization, boiling water is about getting the toxins out of the water.
I need to boil my water more.
Toxins out of the food.
That's exactly. Oh my God, he sounds just like my dad. I don't really boil my water. I think you guys saw me the other day. Like I just have my Brita water filter thing, and then I just pour tap water into it. But my dad always boils his water, and he always says that when you boil it, it like gets rid of the toxins. And I know people do that a lot in like third world countries, but he just said it. I don't know if that means Michael Saylor. We'd love to have a chat with him. I don't know if that means Michael Saylor boils all his water like my dad does, but I should start doing that. I have a water heater, but I only use it when I have like tea, not necessarily to get rid of the toxins in the water.
With toxic money for 5,000 years. The money is simply the economic energy coursing through every government, every corporation, every group, every family, every individual. When it's moving through your P&L, right, and it's toxic, it's undermining your performance. But when you store it in your treasury, right, then it's actually just undermining your life expectancy. So toxicity is holding us back. In 1900, the average life expectancy was 50. By 1950, it was 70. That was the conquest of infectious disease. Another way to say it was overcoming toxic pathogens, and we did it with a combination of sterilization, modern medicine, antibiotics. Okay, everybody wants to.
Twitter should do a Doge ETF. Yes, they should.
Even the people with missions you don't agree with, they all want to achieve
but
more.
Twitter isn't trading anything right now, right? Like Elon Musk didn't get any rights to become like all of a sudden a trading platform. But when they do, I think that's going to be bad for Robinhood.
But the most important point is everyone benefits Bitcoin, right? When the bank that you hate starts to custody Bitcoin, well, that just means that the Bitcoin that you self-custody became worth 10 times as much, right? That these ETFs that have bought up 1% of the supply of Bitcoin, well, they have conveyed 100x as much benefit to the people that don't believe in ETFs.
Oh my God, his conference isn't even full. That's okay. So like the cameraman, I just saw them like do like a pan shot, and like you see that the people in front of him, like he's at a huge stadium in Madeira, I think I'm saying that right. But he's in a huge conference. It looks ginormous, like I don't know, like a football stadium or something. But there's actually so many people that weren't there. I bet they're kicking themselves right now that they didn't listen to Michael Saylor. But the conference that he's at right now, there's just like so many seats that are empty. My God.
Dividend
on the side, that is.
That don't like ETFs. They're not hurting you.
I bet those people are having FOMO right now.
Your enemy joins, you're improved, and the network is improved, and the likelihood of war decreases. We move. If we want to eliminate war and conflict and violence, we really want all of our enemies to settle their differences in a fair, equitable fashion. And the fair, equitable, peaceful way.
Some believe water filter. Hi there, Sean. Some believe water filter helps to get rid of chemicals in the tap water, and some believe it doesn't help get rid of chemicals in tap water. Honestly, if there was chemicals, really bad chemicals in my water, I don't believe my filter will get rid of it, to be honest. And then by the time you find out, it's probably too late. I miss these kinds of lives. Hi there, Dr. Pikachu. I mean, I don't think I've done this type of live with you guys where I was playing another video, working, stepping back in and out, but I enjoy it.
It's bringing you freedom, economic freedom, political freedom. You go where you want. You have control of your destiny. It's not that different. For people that fast, we've discovered you don't have to eat for 3 or 4 days. And when you realize you don't have to eat for
oh my God, so jokes. There's a guy in the audience that they just closed in on. He has this huge orange Bitcoin like gangster chain that's like made of plastic or something. I bet that guy's really happy right now.
Physical security, economic security. It provides camaraderie. I mean, look at us all here today. I have something.
Solana. Okay, I'm reading some people in the chat. Some of you are talking about Solana. Solana, I do regret. I do wish that I got into Solana, to be honest.
I invite you all to think about your relationships and the nature of your relationships before.
Oh, Ritzy. Thank you. Ritzy says, Lucy, I bought Jasmine 2 years ago thanks to you, and it's jumping. Well, I hope you made money the first run, to be honest, because I made money from Jasmine like 2 years ago, but then I jumped back into Jasmine. So I hope that doesn't happen to you this time, that you're not jumping into Jasmine. If you make money again or for the first time, then you take your winnings and you jump back in, because that's what I did. And now I'm waiting for Jasmine to go up again so I could bounce. But I have some. I bought some with like my winnings.
The tragedy of a family is when you run your family on toxic money and you build.
Wait, hold on, I want to read this. So Matthew says, I guess there's always something to regret. I had a ton of cash at the bear market bottom and hesitated because I was a perma bear. How could you be a perma bear? Wait, were you never invested in crypto, or did you never make money in crypto to be a perma bear? I feel like it's hard to be a perma bear if you ever like, I don't know, bought Bitcoin early or bought Dogecoin early. I feel like I see more optimism in people, but don't worry, guys. I've heard way worse stories. There are some people I know that sold literally end of last year, end of 2023, like all their crypto holdings, which now if you look at it, just makes no sense. I obviously will never tell people financial advice, but I did voice my opinion when I heard that. I was like, before they did it, of course, I'm like, oh, but isn't there supposed to be a Bitcoin halving in 2024? And isn't it usually supposed to possibly go up in 2024, a couple months later after the halving? So I tried. But then again, nobody knows anything. And again, we talked about this yesterday. Even though most people speculate that it's going to be like 6 months after the Bitcoin halving in April, that it's going to go to the moon. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Maybe today we're going to see 70,000 by the end of the night. And within a week, we're going to get to like $99,000. But then come Bitcoin halving, it might start plummeting because people then are going to say in hindsight, buy the rumor, sell the news. So I really feel like no one knows anything. As much as I love Michael Saylor, he cannot guarantee you the price of Bitcoin by the end of this year.
Defective property. I'll give you a classic cliche tragedy. Our family came to this country. My great-grandfather bought this farm. My grandfather farmed this land. My father farmed this land. Now I can't pay the taxes on it. We got to sell it and all move into like apartments. Why? Because property is a defective way. It was the best idea 200 years ago. I get it. But if you actually own 1,000 acres and then someone comes in and creates a state and a mayor gets elected, the mayor decides to spend lots of money on whatever, and they raise your taxes and raise them again and raise them a third time, pretty soon the people with the farm can't pay the taxes, and then the government decides that you're the bad guy. They take all your land and
I'd rather have a bunch of Bitcoins than a farm, like a real farm with cows and stuff.
And then you can't pay them.
Be nice to have both though, and then mine crypto on your farm.
What is the tragedy? The tragedy is you built your family on a defective asset. You need a defective money. Not your fault. I mean, look, you go back a million years, people are dying at age 28. They have no antibiotics. We didn't know that sugar was toxic. Our teeth fell out. We didn't know how to deal with a pneumonia infection. Get cut, you die. You know, someone drinks water, it kills them.
Oh my gosh, Doge hit 19. No way. Okay, hold on. Thank you. Life's a cap. That's why I love you guys. I need the updates.
Because of toxicity.
Okay.
And the oh my god. Is first we come up with the
okay, Bitcoin is the live stream is mostly watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin's at 68,228 on the way up. Sheeb is at 38. Oh my god, Sheeb is up 45%.
That is the story of
I'm still down though.
That is how
I'm still down on my sheep, so I need sheep to like seriously 10x. Like I'm all over the X sheep communities. I'm like, yeah, they're like, comment if you think it's gonna like drop 2 zeros. I'm like, yeah, I definitely hope so. You know, yeah, you're right. Oh my god, it's at 19. Okay, check it out, folks. 19-cent Dogecoin. But like in terms of performance though, Dogecoin's only up 19%, whereas SHIB is up a whopping 45%. So like it's good. I'm excited for Dogecoin. I don't know. I honestly don't think we're gonna hit 30 today, like 30 cents, but 25, sure. But then that still wouldn't beat SHIB. The SHIB is literally on its way to 40 right now. Like this is insane. That's so crazy right now. I don't even know what to think of this. But it's yeah, I'm still down. I know what I put in. And that's still not good enough right now. Okay, wait, hold on. It's not that I'm greedy. I'm just trying to get back what I originally put in. Okay. Sheeb is something I don't need to actually 10x, but would be lovely if it happens. And I would just like everybody in the sheep community to also make money. So I'm fine with it. Go 10x if you guys want. Oh, it's so exciting. Okay. Like Michael Saylor it's like you know when people listen to ASMR to calm them down? Like for me, when I'm already taking my mind off of crypto, like watching it every second by working on my e-commerce stuff right now on this side while doing a live stream. But when I listen to him, it's like therapeutic. I'm like, oof, we're going to be fine. I'm like, Bitcoin can drop to $40,000 right now all of a sudden, and it'll probably climb back up because that's just how convincing this man is.
And the economic struggle is a defective economic strategy. Bitcoin gives you that foundation. And you can use it to
smash the like button, by the way, guys. Smash the like. Make sure you're subscribed. And share my videos.
Accumulate more assets, accumulate wealth, plan for the future. You know, if you asked me before Bitcoin, if you asked me how are you gonna create or fund your foundation for the next 100 years, I would have said something like, I guess I give all my money to Wall Street and I'll hire some good money managers. And 70 years from now, the grandson of someone that I hired today might go to college, figure out what to do and day trade or shuffle my money around so I don't lose it. That's the best idea. It's not a good idea, right? Right? That's how the Rockefellers do it, right? But you know that what you'll see is that 100 years after someone actually accumulates some wealth, the money's generally gone 99% of the time. And what Bitcoin offers to family is the ability to actually plan for your great granddaughter and think that maybe there'll be some support for them, and no one is going to take it from them.
Woo! It's mostly all male audience. Pan shot on the audience.
One of those investment companies need Bitcoin, right? They need Bitcoin to attract capital. You see it happening. $600 million flowing into BlackRock yesterday. $10 billion in a month. Right? If you look at the ETFs, what you'll see is that the Bitcoin ETFs are crawling up past all the commodities. They're about to eat the gold ETFs, and then they're going to eat the S&P 500 index ETFs. And when that happens,
he has a crowd of yes people.
Everybody's going to take note. Vanguard is going to take note. Right? That the world is going to change. You can't attract capital without Bitcoin, and you can't outperform. Bitcoin is going to outperform.
One Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin. One Doge equals one Doge. Exactly. Except I do kind of wish that Dogecoin was.
Who doesn't know what it is and
I don't
care.
I don't think it's possible for Dogecoin to be capped. And for it to be so cheap to like make transfers and stuff, because obviously it's like 0.002 or something like that to like make a transfer for me for Dogecoin. So it's ups and downs. But yeah, if ever it was possible to be voted and for it to somehow happen and Dogecoin could stay at like a certain high billion number, then yeah, I think it would be able to hold even more value than current. And I think that would bring in a lot more believers, which is funny because like I guess when it was created, it's supposed to be like a joke, like kind of making fun of Bitcoin and like how serious it is. But then also for Dogecoin at the time, which I wish I knew about it at the time. But when it was created, I forgot was it 2013 or something? 2013. I think it's 2013. But yeah, when Dogecoin was created in 2013, I think a lot of people were saying that it's good because it's easier for like more friendly, more user friendly for people to learn about it and just like get into it. Which I think it did exactly that. But only if it mirrored exactly like BTC and had like only 21 million, right? That would be crazy. But then it wouldn't be that cheap. At least I don't think it would be that cheap. Hi there, Luke's Current Stocks. Oh my gosh, I love seeing you guys like 2 days in a row. Steven says, I like the idea to not losing my original DCA, which is why multiple platforms for the same coins allows to profit on the way up. Just need to spend a lot more, but maybe worth it. Maybe. I mean, honestly, I think the hardest part in crypto for me personally is the downtime. So I don't want to be really involved in crypto winter anymore, and except for being happy. Like there's just two ways, and you're either happy during crypto winter, means you sold during crypto summer when things were good, and then you have a lot of cash to buy up literally anything you want. Or you're doing it wrong and you didn't sell anything, you didn't make any money, and then you're like, crypto winter sucks, holding a bag. So I wish you guys luck. Never financial advice on my channel, but smash them likes. Thank you.
People that would just like to not lose their money.
I think I already did 100 squats, which was my goal, but whatever.
Right, and so
I do extra.
What we're going to see is investment companies need this to outperform, and that's going to result in them generating income, and that results in them staying relevant. Right? I mean, how many people are bragging about their, new gold ETF? Right? It's not relevant. It's not relevant. You want to be a leader, right?
I really want some gold ETF too, though. Like if the price drops. I've never really held on to gold ETF.
Google and Apple and Microsoft.
I think I bought it for like 2 seconds and sold it.
They put Starlink in the sky and they give us internet. They give us the next phone, right? Be relevant, be a leader. These companies want to be leaders, right? You won't find a CEO that says my aspiration is to be viewed as a follower and late to the next great thing. And they all want to create shareholder value, right? You can't.
Okay, at this rate, if Doge already hit 19 cents, I feel like we better hit 20.
It's just operating companies. It's the same thing. But operating companies, for the most part in the world, are like type.
But I'm more excited about Shiba Inu, actually.
I had 100 competitors over 20 years. They all failed.
What?
There's a 99% on diabetics. I had 100 competitors over 20 years.
Oh, 100 competitors.
They all failed. There's a 99% mortality rate with these companies, right? You look at the number, you're like, well, I don't know 300 million companies. That's because they're failing millions every single month. They're all failing all the time. Why are they failing? They can't store energy. They can't harness capital, right? What does Facebook do? They give all their capital back to their shareholders in a dividend and a buyback.
It's a party. Yes, it's a party to see new all-time highs. I was hoping for BTC, but secretly hoping it's actually Shiba Inu.
Well, I used to say to people, well, we have 500 million in capital. We could go for 40 quarters. We could go for 10 years and not make any money, and we'll still be in business. It's like you could go for 10 years and not eat and still be alive. That's indestructible. On the other hand, when you give all the money back and you borrow $1 billion, well, in that case, you end up with a the debt covenant, and you have to generate $27 million.
Oh, actually, you know what? I want to pause. Does anybody in here have NEO stocks? Because if you were following me in 2021, you know that I bought NEO during 2020 and had it through 2021. Did not sell when NEO was at like $60, but it is gaining my interest again because it's so cheap right now. I last looked at it and it was like 5 something. But there's so much FUD on it that it's making me more and more interested, because that's what they say. You're supposed to buy when everybody is fearful. I have not put money into NEO yet, but I am looking into it. So let me know if you are not at the stream, or if you're on the stream, let me know right now. Or if you have a reason why you don't want to buy it or you want to get into it, let me know down in the comment section below. Would love to know what you think. But right now, a lot of people are saying that NEO is falling behind because the Chinese economy is not that great. And with it not being great, I don't know if you guys know this, but NEO is more of like a luxury sales EV. So it's not competing with like the Toyotas of the world. It's competing with like the Mercedes. So with it being so pricey, it's kind of harder for them to make as many sales when supposedly the economy is not good in China. But yeah. I still really want to get it though, even though it's like underperforming like Li Auto, XPeng, BYD, and of course Tesla. So yeah, that's like the next thing that's on my mind is NEO. And I could possibly, I think if it goes to like $3-4, which tomorrow I think is earnings. So good luck to them. But if it turns out bad and it goes to 3-4, I will be highly interested. Hi there, John. Hey fam, I fell asleep last night. I'm diversifying, buying different EW stocks, EV stocks too. Nice. But yeah, I don't have like as heavy of an interest as I did in 2021 when I was just like close my eyes and I bought a bunch of like Li Auto, XPeng, and like I don't know if I did BYD, but I had NEO. Like at one point I just had all like EVs, and it was too much, just too much concentrated in like one category. It did well though in 2021. Again, hindsight, I just wish I sold NEO at 60 instead of like waiting for it to drop to like 20 something and then selling it. Of course, I bought it at like under $7, $6 to $7 average. So of course I made money, but that's a huge difference. That was like a 10x difference that I could have had. So don't be like me.
And if you generate $26 million this quarter, if you miss by one thousandth of the capital structure, if you miss by 0.1%, you actually trip all the debt covenants and the bank owns you. You're technically in violation of your debt. They can call the loan, you're insolvent. So think about the difference between you starving to death if you miss one meal versus you
honestly, since this conference that I'm listening to right now by Michael Saylor is 2024 supposedly, and the fact that there's so many people that's not in the stadium, and it's honestly so few people watching, it makes me feel like maybe we are not as late into crypto as we think we are, even though you're in these chats and you're like part of these crypto communities. Like honestly, watching this right now and knowing that this was 2024 and not like 2017, it boggles my mind that this place wasn't like filled with people. I mean, I don't know how many people are in Madeira or whatever, but it's mind-boggling. Like this actually makes me feel like I'm early. Like I could be early to Bitcoin. Just kidding. I don't have any Bitcoin though, but maybe one day I will. He's very
to death when you haven't eaten for the year. Okay, that's the difference between having capital and having no capital.
Please don't forget to smash the like button.
In the world today is we tell people you can't keep capital in an operating company because all of the uses, all the liquid capital is dilutive and it doesn't beat the cost of capital. Bitcoin solves the problem. You can harness capital, you can improve your products, you can grow your revenues, you can beat inflation for the first time. You know, there's the Magnificent Seven are good investments. The other 493 companies are not, because the other 493.
Oh, thank you, Legendary Vic. Thank you. Where's my?
Inflation means increasing your cash flow 8% every year forever.
Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Legendary Vic says, "Hey Lucy, long time no see." Yes. I did 2 live streams so far. This is my 3rd one.
many of them are there in the
multitasking.
world? Like, there's
I'm
like 1 in 10,000
playing Michael
companies
Saylor
that you would know of, and
because
1 in
I don't want to be
1,000
too
companies. Okay, so these companies,
bad with the
the
fact that
ones
I'm
that you
already
might be afraid of,
multitasking. Like
they're not winning,
I'm working on my
right?
e-commerce,
They're
responding back to
struggling the same
customers and
way.
listing
Bitcoin is
at
a
the same time
lifeline
as
for them
doing a live stream.
that you
So
can think of
keep an
them
eye out
as
on crypto
wage
for me and let me
slaves
know
in
when
the
Shiba
same
Inu
way
hits
that
like a new
you
crazy
are a
all-time
wage
high,
slave.
or
Everybody's working,
Dogecoin
having to get
or
10%
Ethereum
more every
or
year just to
BTC.
keep ahead of inflation. It's just theirs is in revenue and cash
But I
flow.
really feel like Bitcoin, it should hit a new all-time high today because we were like literally $500 away, right? Unless I missed something. But let me check Bitcoin again. The last I saw, it was like really, really high. Oops. Okay. My friend's calling me, but I have to decline it because I'm doing a stream. Hold on. Let me explain to her. Streaming. I'm like streaking. Sorry. Streaming. Sorry. Super duper fast. It's also strange that time has been going so crazy fast lately, Sean. I think it's just because we're old. I feel like when you're older, time just moves so much faster. It was not this quick when I was like 10 years old. Trust me. I was like, I can't wait to be 16 and have a sweet 16 party and have a car, which my parents never bought me. So I never had a car when I was 16, like some kids. Because I remember back in the day, time used to go slowly sometimes and sometimes does go fast, but nowadays it's fast. I know. Cool. I didn't know you did live stream. Spitting Game says, okay, so you're new here. Hi. Yes, I do live streams. I just haven't really done many in the last year just because I've been, 6 months ago, for those of you guys that don't know, 6 months, 7 months now, I think. I'm running on to 7 months, but basically last year around September. Oh, wait. Last 6 months. So, yes, going on to my 7th month, but I've already done this for 6 months. I started 6 different e-commerce platforms, especially since last year, September, crypto was still not good. And stocks weren't as good as now as well. So I wanted to I always like learning different things and just finding different ways I could have extra streams of income. So I started 6 different platforms, 2 of them being eBay. If you want to see like just kind of my growth, I do post it on my Patreon and my OF. So definitely check out my links down in the description below. Follow me on all these different platforms and connect with me. You can connect with me through like Twitter or Instagram, but I'm more so on Twitter. I just try my best to respond to people. Public message, I will more likely respond back to you through like a public X message than a DM X message, unless I know you or we talked for a bit, just because it's just too many to respond back to. So if you want to get private DMs with me, it's
Bitcoin. He says, why should I keep your company from going bankrupt in 10 years? It might be years. How many companies are 100 years old? Not many.
I really hope MicroStrategy actually gets into the S&P 500. Like, and then people are going to love Saylor even more and probably all buy Bitcoin.
Why is it that universities last 100 years and companies don't? No capital.
No
That's
capital.
why. You think anybody
always have capital, folks.
You think they want to have their company fail in 12 years or 6 years or 25 years? No, they're stuck in a system. Right? They're stuck in a traditional system that makes them do this. Banks have the same issue. They want to attract and retain capital. They want to decrease risk. You could say, well, the bank is beholden to the central bank. Well, here's another vision. What about 100,000 banks that are all tapped into the Bitcoin network and they don't have to worry about the Bitcoin network shutting them down? Right? When a bank joins Bitcoin, it becomes systemically. The
older we get, the faster it feels, at least to me. I think that's literally everyone, Don. I agree. Older I get, the faster, like, okay, yeah, I guess we could get off of crypto for a bit. I think the older we get, the faster time feels. And also that's just like a feeling we have, right? But I think like a good way to explain it, probably like in subconsciously or psychologically, it could be also the fact that we know we're getting closer to the end. Not to sound like dark or anything, but you know, like if you're getting closer to, let's say you're like 75, right? I don't know what the average, I think now people could live up to like 120 or whatever, but let's say you could live to 100 and you're at 80, right? And then you're like, okay, I like give or take possibly 20 years left or something like that. Then you're like, oh my God, I have so many things to do, right? It's like procrastination. And then you're like, I have so many things to do, or you have a test coming up and you only have like 5 days to study. So then all of a sudden you feel like time is moving so fast and you don't have time to do all of these things. So yeah, I think that's also why I feel like time's moving faster as I'm getting older. Because as I'm getting older, I'm being reminded like, oh my God, I want to go on, I want to go to Australia. I want to go to Japan. Like there's so many countries that I haven't visited, Thailand. And I think, wait, which country paid Taylor Swift $3 million for a show to like play exclusively? Was that Thailand? I liked like a post recently, but anyways, it's nice to be Taylor Swift. Oh, right. I think I tweeted about this today, but I'll let you guys know my little theory. Even though I think there will always be, I don't think Hollywood is that down for crypto, especially what happened with like FTX and all those celebrities. But I think, especially now that when FTX happened, or the Super Bowl happened and all those FTX ads and all of those celebrities that were a part of it. I don't know what happened with the lawsuit, if it's still ongoing, but during that time, XRP did not win the lawsuit to state that they are actually just a cryptocurrency and not a security. And there were no Bitcoin spot ETFs. So I definitely feel like now we're in a different time frame. And if a celebrity came out and said, I love Bitcoin, and then or like Justin Bieber walked out with like a giant B chain, actually that'd be great because like B for Bitcoin, B for Biebs. You should take that, Justin Bieber's marketing team. But I think if he did that now, it would be way more acceptable, like for the fans and for everybody, because it's not like, oh, the celebrity's just shilling it. It's like, it's literally in most people's 401k portfolios, even if you don't want to be in like crypto, right? Like as all of these major companies, like for example, if MicroStrategy actually gets into the S&P 500, and obviously we know Michael Saylor loves Bitcoin, you're kind of like having it without really wanting to have it even, right? So yeah, I really hope that eventually, I don't think Taylor Swift is ever going to come out and be like, I love Dogecoin or I love Bitcoin, but she could possibly, like, I don't know if, what is that place? What is that country? What's that country that accepts BTC again? What is it called? I'm sorry, I forgot. Oh my God. My Alexa was asking me. Okay. Hey, Ziggy, what country accepts Bitcoin? Oh my God, it's going to play K-pop. No.
Something I found on
Okay. Hey, hey, Alexa.
States,
Stop.
Canada, and Mexico.
Oh my gosh, I was so close to getting some type of copyright issues. Hey, Ziggy. Wait. I know his name is like Nair B. El Salvador. Okay, thank you. You guys are quicker than me asking. Okay, I named one of my like Alexas Ziggy, and then the other one Alexa. So yeah.
This might answer your question. Alexandra Christine Schneiderman, known professionally as Ailsa and formerly Alex Christine, is an American singer based in South Korea.
Useless. Hey, Ziggy, stop. I'm being nice to it because you guys are here, but I'm usually very rude. Yeah, I can't wait till Apple upgrades and hopefully does something with like ChatGPT or has their own AI system that's better than Siri, because I feel like at this rate in 2024 of March, I don't have to ask things twice. I feel like my phone is listening to me all the time and it always gives me these ads that are like relevant. Yet like when I ask ALEXA stuff, it doesn't respond to me properly. Anyways, I forgot my point, but my point is if Taylor Swift starts accepting Bitcoin for her concerts, yeah,
they have
it's game over.
Customers, they have corporations, they need to serve them. All of these companies, all of these nonprofits, they all need the bank to support what they do, right? And in time they will. The nonprofits are also going to benefit. They want to raise capital, but also they have endowments. They want their endowments to go up 40% a year, not go up 4% a year, right? There's nobody running a church, a charity, a benefit, a school that'll say, we don't want our endowment to appreciate and we don't want an endowment. This allows them to harness technology. This allows them to extend their reach globally. You know, Bitcoin is money that's global and it's got a half-life of forever. All of these endowments, they're using money that has a half-life of 10 years or 5 years. Your property might have a half-life of 20 years. Their investments are short duration and their investments are local, right? Their property is local. So Bitcoin stretches your scope across time and space. Now tell me, what charitable pursuit doesn't want to do more and last forever? They all do, right? You won't find anyone that says, well, we just want to be out of business in 3 years. So Bitcoin's the solution to nonprofits. And for governments, traditionally people have thought, you know, well, the government doesn't like or won't embrace Bitcoin, but you know, they will embrace Bitcoin because Bitcoin provides them with the—
Okay, this part I do also just want to add that, like, even though he's saying that eventually like all the governments are going to support Bitcoin, or majority of the governments, I highly disagree with that because I don't think, well, obviously we already know that, for example, China America relations are not good, Russia America relations are not good. So even though certain governments like in El Salvador, they're going to support Bitcoin, I feel like sometimes just to be against another, whether it's senselessly or whatever, there will always be a government out there that chooses to kind of go against other governments. Like, right, for example, if a couple years from now, if the next POTUS, we don't know who the heck that's going to be, but if a couple years from now, the next president of the United States says, hey, we actually invested a lot into our country with Bitcoin, right? We invested a lot of Bitcoin. You can probably predict either like another country, a faux country, could be like, oh, we're going to go against that. We're going to go anti-BTC, or maybe, who knows, they're going to buy up like crazy, which would work for this Michael Saylor scenario. Like it's, but I think it's more likely that they'll just like be like, no, as you can see, like right now, with China, obviously they're like anti-Bitcoin, but who knows? As the leaders change, rules will change.
In the 21st century. And
yes, I know that Golder Musk is taking OpenAI to court. Right? Good luck to him. I mean, he named OpenAI for being open source, and it's not. So we'll see what happens.
Improve their economies.
I feel like Elon Musk has a lot on his plate right now. So when people are like, oh, why isn't he tweeting about Dogecoin? I'm like, he's probably too busy with all of the lawsuits he has to deal with and money. Those BTC gains will trickle down to, okay, I don't know what a Pico is. There's a new game Fi token. Gosh, I don't know how you guys choose it. And I don't know how people got into PayPay, but I honestly there's too many. I feel like if I try to buy every single new coin, I'd probably go broke, because if I threw down like $500 here, if I threw down $500 into PayPay in the beginning, I would be really rich right now. So speaking of PayPay, let's just look at it, even though it hurts my soul because I don't have any. Hold on, sorry, still working on my eBay as I'm talking to you guys. So 1 second. Priorities. Still gonna work regardless of crypto. By the way, guys, thank you to all of you. 60 likes we have in here. Please make sure you have smashed that like button if you enjoy my videos. Make sure you're subscribed and get those likes up for the algorithm. Is crypto still a thing? I don't know. Spin Game. What do you think? I honestly can't wait. Like, I don't know if they talked about PayPay like on Bloomberg or on any like major media news outlet, but I really would love someone to like pronounce that. Hold on. Sorry, almost done. I'm going to look at crypto in like 2 seconds. And I don't know what like where most of you guys have your money, because I know like a lot of you guys, familiar faces I see, are obviously part of the Doge fam. But I also have a feeling there's some people in here that don't have any Dogecoin, but they've got a lot of other meme coins. So I'm curious to see where majority of you have your coins at. I could do a poll. Give me 1 second. All right. Take a break. Let me charge my phone a bit. Hold on. Take a mini break from my listings. And okay, now I'll do my poll first, and we'll see like how much everything is at. Let's play Michael Saylor.
The global community
Okay.
and delight their citizens.
I'm going to start a poll.
If you talk to any politician, there's none of them that will say these.
Oh wait, let me end this poll. So, oh wait, you guys changed it. So earlier I asked you, okay, what was my poll? I have to click into it. Earlier, I'm like, how much do you think Doge will go to by the end of 2025? And I put 30 cents, 75 cents, $1, and we got $1.50. And originally, you troll said $1.50, which I honestly would hope for, but I don't think so. I'm leaning more towards by the end of this year, we'd be like really lucky if we could even get close to 75, like 69 by the end of this year. So I agree. I think 75 would be the more sane and likely choice. Hi there, Shaw. I bought Pepe when it rose and sold for a small profit, Barry says. Oh gosh, that's awesome. I mean, are you kind of like, are you regretting it just a little bit? My SL bought Floki, and right before like 2 days ago, he sold it. And now he's kind of looking back. But when he was selling it, I told him, I was like, well, you already 10x'd. So you could get rid of it, because I mean, where are you going to find something where you're going to 10x? And like, really, we had no idea what was going to pop off, what could, what couldn't. So I'm a little sad that it's gone, that he doesn't have any Floki anymore, and that I never had any Floki and I didn't 10x on anything. But you know, can't cry over selling. Like that's my new lesson in life. Just I'm never going to be sad about the fact that I sell things, because I'd rather hold on to cash and also say that I actually made money off of something instead of holding on. If you've watched my videos, you know that I could have made a lot of money on AMC. You know, I could have made a lot of money on GME, but every single time I end up selling either for a loss or less money than I could have made. So let's try and not do that this time. Okay, we're going to end this poll. And I guess I want to ask, how, well, I guess, okay, what are you mainly holding? What are you mainly holding? I'll just throw like a bunch of stuff. So you have like little baskets, Bitcoin, Ethereum, ADA. That's like, I'll put it in a set, or you can have like just all the meme coins. Meme coins, add another option, stocks, and then I'll put, and that will be like a majority of your assets. Okay, so like if you have a house but you don't have any Bitcoin, or if you have a house and you have, your house is worth like, I don't know, $500,000, but you have 10 Bitcoins, then your Bitcoins would be more valuable. So you have still more of your holding in Bitcoin. Okay. So I'll also put real estate / gold. So real estate or gold. Okay. I'm going to laugh so hard if most people in here are meme coins, but who am I to judge? Okay. I also want to see what the price of Bitcoin is right now. Oh my God. Okay. I haven't seen, I'm not going to show you guys my portfolio, but if you ask me on my paid subscriptions, my OF or my Patreon, link down in the description below, I will show you my portfolio if you ask nicely and you're paying. But I have not seen my portfolio be this good in a while. So this is kind of crazy. Oh my God. Dogecoin. Look, guys. It's almost 20. Okay, I'm gonna say I called it. I literally said I think we're gonna hit 20. Well, I mean, that wasn't really like genius of me at all because we already went to 19. But where is oh my god. Holy cow. Shiba Inu surpassed my wildest dreams right now, and it's at 61%. It's at 43 and it's like climbing. This is a literal second. Look at that. Oh my god. 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 4341. I need this. Basically, I'm really close. I'm really close to the 50K that I threw into Shiba Inu right now, like of getting back. Break even only. So if I want to be greedy, obviously I would like them to drop a 0. But I'm not going to wait for that. I just want to have made this 2.5 years worth my weight on Shiba Inu. So Shiba Inu is going to be the first to go for me. I'm just like, cannot wait to just like kick it out of my portfolio. So wish me luck, guys. This might be the day. I don't know if, because I don't remember how much can Shiba Inu, like what is it capable of moving in one day? Because I remember watching it like crazy in October of 2021, but I don't actually remember like how much can it go up, like 100% in a day, or the maximum is like 60 something percent. I don't know, but I hope today's the day that I can get rid of it. Seems a little too quick though, because I remember watching it in October of 2021 and it took a while before it just went so crazy that everybody was talking about Shiba Inu. And I feel like right now, although more and more people are getting into crypto again, FOMOing back in, I'm not getting calls left and right and like text messages about the fact that people are buying more. So like right now. So I don't think we've hit the top. I think the top will happen after like Dogecoin hits a new all-time high and Shiba Inu hits a new all-time high, Bitcoin hits a new all-time high, Ethereum hits a new all-time high, and then you get like more catalyst news. So when that happens, that's when I'll believe like, oh, I think we hit the all-time high once my neighbors are all talking about it. So it's not
And if you
not
say,
there yet.
well, could you achieve that with infinite money? I'd say, well, I don't know if I can achieve it, but it'll make it a lot easier, right? And if you said, well, how about if I just took all your money away from you in 5 years?
CPL says they're all going to hit at the same time. So I'm going to bet against that because I see that usually it always happens at different times. But hey, Shiba Inu and Doge both seem to be doing pretty well right now. She better than Doge though. So let's go Shiba Inu. All right. I will. Give me a second. I'm going to mute you guys for a second. I'll use the restroom so I don't want you to hear that. I'll be right back.
I'm a
Hello. Oh, wait. I heard something. I was playing Michael Saylor without you guys listening, but I thought this part was so good.
And if you say, well, could you achieve that with infinite money?
Just listen.
They'll say, well, I don't know if I could, but it'll make it a lot easier, right? And if you said, well,
I don't hope, I pray. Keep praying, keep praying.
And the answer is, it would make it somewhere between.
I got a notification. Yes. Oh my God. Dogecoin hit over 20.
So now we get to the important part of my talk.
Wow. That's
This
crazy.
is where you come in.
Oh my God. Okay. Wait, did it hit over 20? I got the notification on my Robinhood, but I don't. Okay, it's not over 20 right now.
What you can do for Bitcoin.
It's 19.8 and moving. Shiba Inu's like on a standstill.
That's the reason. If you're wondering why you're here because Bitcoin needs you.
Oh my God, I love it.
And my deepest.
He like, when people are like looking for the purpose of their lives and they're like, why am I here? He just said, why are you here? You're here because Bitcoin needs you. I love it. He's giving people purpose. Do you guys ever look at token metrics or do you just buy and hope? JP Tree says. I'm gonna say that you can do whatever it is that you want. You can buy and hope. You can buy simply because you like the name of a coin. You can buy because you like the meme. You can buy because Elon Musk is buying it, or you can look at your charts. But at the end of the day, I don't think anybody can say that they know better than the next person on what's going on. And there's just so many things that play into a stock or crypto going up. I mean, that's how an economy works. Like you have no idea. A war can break out and it could just destroy all of your stonks. A CEO can do something wildly different and you ruin your stonks. So yeah, I think you will find that it is not me that's saying this. It is people much more educated than me that went to school and got PhDs and has like their MBAs and did 4 years on finance that will still say they have no idea and that you can't really predict anything.
You'll leave empowered, inspired, and
Doge
enabled
adds
to
5
do
billion
good
extra
for
coins to
Bitcoin
supply each year
wherever
forever.
you
So
go
we'll need
back
way
to
more money to get that back to 74 all-time high again. But it can go to $1 if X uses it this cycle, JP Tree says. I hope so. I mean, we'll see. I don't think it has to be X. If somebody else likes Doge again, another billionaire, and could be like Michael Saylor pushing Doge up, that could also be a possibility. Obviously, I hope we get support from Elon Musk, but if not, we'll see.
Your boss, your investors, your clients, the mayor.
Oh, so you saw 20 cents. Okay, so it was 20 cents on Coinbase. Okay, thank you, V-Ray, for verifying that because I wasn't really sure. I don't see 20 cents. Oh my God, I just got a notification that SHIB is up 96% in the last 24 hours. So I guess that is how high SHIB can go, like 100%.
Is spread to people, right? The knowledge of Bitcoin is that if you knew that drinking dirty water would kill you, you would tell people you love to stop drinking it. If you knew antibiotics could save their life, you would tell them about your experience. When it comes to this, and I've got the orange pill here, and we talk about orange pilling, but I break it down in 2 different cycles, right? First of all, everybody you meet has an intellectual perspective on Bitcoin. Okay, and they're going to click through these 5 gears. The first perspective is denier. Bitcoin is a scam. It's tulip bulbs. It doesn't exist.
There's still people who say that.
It's a ghost, a mirage, a pyramid scheme. And if we convince them that, I would show them a picture of all the Bitcoin miners in the world and say, oh, look, there's like hundreds and hundreds of data centers burning more gigawatts of electricity than the U.S. Navy. This is not a scam. This is the most powerful computer network in the world. And we want to get them from denier to skeptic. The skeptic is, okay, I get it. Bitcoin may be a good thing, but it's too good to be true. The government's going to ban it. You hear that a lot. Okay, it's good. I get it. But someone's going to take it away from you, the skeptic. And what you have to then show is, well, if the government was going to ban it, they wouldn't be bragging about having captured 3 billion of it and selling it in the open market, right? Nor would they have approved the ETFs, nor would they be fighting over who gets jurisdiction over it, right? And we need to move people from denial.
I feel like people usually when they look at like images, they don't really look into the detail of it, because I tweeted today with a screenshot of like what I pinned on my Instagram. If you're not following me, link down below. Living with Lucy 123 is my Instagram handle, and then just Living with Lucy with an I for X, Twitter. But I basically found this image. I'll show you guys on my Instagram, and I posted it because I'm like, oh, it reminds me of like 2021, like all of the crypto boom. And I just screenshotted this. This is not right now, by the way. Like this is just a screenshot of my Robinhood when it went to $1 million way back in 2021. And all I did was screenshot it and then post it on my X. And then I was like, it reminds me. But you can see or maybe you hold on, that it's old, like it's not like a new post. Oh wait, my bad. I guess it doesn't show on there that it says 2021. You have to go into my Instagram and then see that it's 2021. Okay, never mind. Now I understand. I'm like, oh, why are people congratulating me? I'm like, that's not my portfolio now. Like I didn't take that screenshot today, but it doesn't show the bottom. So my bad. You have to go into Instagram, and then you would see that that was 2021 screenshot. But I hope this year, after I cash out, like, you know, once ticker stops moving, after I hopefully cash out this year, hopefully over $1 million, I will take a screenshot then that'll be my new real true gains. Unlike that moment when I took it, that's when I didn't sell, so I don't even know why I even took it, because I was excited, but I didn't actually get to pocket anything because I didn't sell all those good positions that I should have gotten out of and just reinvested and threw it all into PayPay.
I heard a skeptic. And then the next step, we take the trader. Okay, well, maybe I guess I might buy some, but I'll probably sell it. I don't, you know, I'll buy it if it's going up. I'll sell it if I think it's going down. I don't have an opinion, but that's a step up. And then hopefully they get to that next level investor. Bitcoin is great technology, just like Google, just like Apple, just like Microsoft, just like water, electricity, cars, and planes are great technology. It's technology. It's the future. I should invest in it. You made a lot of money on the Magnificent Seven. How do you not own Bitcoin? Do you not believe in the Magnificent Seven? You think semiconductors won't make a difference? You don't believe in artificial intelligence?
Oh yeah, speaking of that,
same cycles, by the way.
I wonder if Nvidia today was moving up to new all-time highs because Bitcoin is moving to new all-time highs or closer to new all-time highs, right? Because I'm like, Nvidia news after their earnings call and everything, like it's pretty much should have been at the top, but because crypto is moving so well, and obviously without chips, you're not going to be able to do any of this, right? So maybe that's the reason, or just all the hype kind of moving up altogether. But whatever it is, I don't have any Nvidia, so I'm very sad about that. Let's see how much Nvidia is. I just saw it was like 800 something, 80 or whatever. Okay, Nvidia. I swear to God, if Nvidia, like we get into a depression in the US, and if Nvidia drops like something really crazy, I will buy it. I swear. Okay. Holy cow. Okay, it went to 874. I think that's an all-time high, right? Look at this. The chart of Nvidia is just insane. It's just insane. It doesn't stop. I wish that was Dogecoin. I wish it just keeps going up. But 858 is where it's at right now. And I guess today, yeah, today's high and the 52-week high. So today I did reach $877.95. So basically $878 per Nvidia. Founded in 1993 in Santa Clara, California. Crazy. Nvidia closes at new high, but watch for 3 AI warnings. honestly, as long as the AI hype continues, which obviously it is, the AI hype will drive up NVIDIA prices. Crypto moving up is going to drive up NVIDIA prices. You got crazy amounts of people out there mining. Yeah. I'm just so sad I don't have any. And I don't know. It's like, it's just really hard. It's really hard when you feel like you missed the boat, like I do, and to try to convince myself to jump into it now. Now that it's at 878, it's very hard for me to like stomach that.
Once we get them to investor, the last step intellectually is Bitcoin is an instrument of economic empowerment.
JP, but some investments I just
And
throw
Jack
in, no
Dorsey's
metrics
here, I give him a
besides, it just
shout
sounds
out.
good. I mean,
Jack
whatever
Dorsey put
works,
that in
whatever
writing.
works. I feel like if you know what you're doing and you think like reading the charts works for you, then do that. If you think like just going by the flow of it, it works for you, do that. I honestly think like some people just in this, like, I don't know them, but I feel like there are definitely people who don't need to know anything, but still somehow can make more money than the people who are supposedly very educated in this stuff. If they're just really good at reading people and I guess the madness of people, right? Like if you just think you are, if you're really good at predicting what the masses, how they will react to wars or during the pandemic and news, then you will probably be succeeding better than others. Because like what Warren Buffett says, like the whole idea of buying when people are fearful and then selling when people are greedy is a way of reading people, and you're reacting to people, which is like when you're trading stocks, you have to navigate that. So I definitely think that that's a very winning characteristic for somebody that's a trader. But then also you have to be, I guess, highly emotionally intelligent to be able to hit that sell button when probably most of the people can't. It's after trading since, well, like more, I traded when I was younger than in 2020, but I think more seriously trading in 2020 to now, I definitely think that it is a practice and it is a skill set to be able to control yourself, and not even just to say to not be greedy, but just to cut losses and to take your gains and not FOMO back in, because I'm still pretty scared of my own hands. I'm like, I know I can sell this time because that's all that's in my mind every single day. I'm like, sell, sell, sell. But I don't know if I actually have the self control that I'm telling myself that I have right now in order to not buy back in. That's the scariest thing. Like I could just throw it into like a CD or whatever, and I could just get 5% back or something like that. And even on Robinhood, for example, like you could just your cash balance, if you sign up for, I guess, Robinhood Gold or whatever, you could get, I think right now it's like 5% APY or something, which is pretty great because like $1 million would be like $50,000 every year, right? But yeah, that also takes a lot of self-control to not buy anything in the moment. Yay. Okay. Dogecoin's at 19.7 right now, climbing up back to 20. Shiba Inu taking a little mini correction. It's at 0.000041. All right. I'll chat with you guys in a bit. Just talk amongst yourselves. Let Michael Saylor do his thing for like another 10 minutes, and I'll be checking in on you guys while I'm doing my listings.
Don't get dejected that someone may actually be a denier. You know who was a denier? Me. And you know what I became next? A skeptic.
A maxi.
And then at some point, I looked and I said, you know, the world's kind of messed up and interest rates are zero and my dollars are generating zero. I'm going to buy Bitcoin. And I became a trader. And then after I bought the Bitcoin, I started reading a lot more and listening a lot more podcasts and thought about it. And I realized, no, I should be an investor. You know, and I would say when you started hearing about me, I was kind of at the investor stage, but it was everybody in this community and every Bitcoin podcaster and every writer and every educator that collectively got me over the line to becoming a maximalist, where I said,
Maxi.
So if you don't think you make a difference, you do make a difference, right? You're never going to see a collection of people like this at an Apple investor conference, or at a Google investor or Microsoft investor or NVIDIA investor conference or gold investor conference. This is very special.
What? I don't know what someone said.
I like the orange. I'll marry the orange.
Orange represent.
When you're orange pilling, right, you're working people intellectually,
Orange
but there's
pilling.
also spiritual. And they all start as observers. It's all the people writing about Bitcoin on Twitter, and they observe it, but they don't own any. And then they become participants, and then they start to actually buy and build on it. And maybe they own like 1%. And then the believers say, wait a minute, this really is the best asset. And maybe 40% of my portfolio is liquid, and my rest of my wealth is in my house. And so they go and they start to put a bunch of their liquid.
Oh my God, I just realized your votes, guys. I said, what is your main holding? And majority of this chat is meme coins. I pray for you all. GG. I hope you guys all make tons of money on this meme altcoin run. I don't know when it's going to stop, but it seems like some of you guys are going to walk away as meme coin millionaires. I hope you already made a bunch of money off PayPay or Dog with Hat. I don't even know how much that thing is, but it's crazy. It's crazy.
Wealth into Bitcoin because they're believers. And then at some point you get to be hardcore, and I'll call you an adherent. And then you're like all in. It's like the only thing I want to invest in is Bitcoin. I'm not saying you got to sell all your chairs, just the ones you don't need. But this is a spiritual journey, and then at the final point, you become an advocate. And when you're an advocate, it's not just you're all in. You want to go tell other people. You want to convince your company, your charity, your church, your government, your friends, your family. You're an advocate.
Imagine going to church and being like, buy Bitcoin.
As a continuum, and we're working together to move people from the
Hi,
lower
Joseph.
left quadrant.
Take profits along the way, Liz says, and meme coins are
so
in,
don't talk to me about Bitcoin.
and the
You know
halving
about it. You know what I'm talking about.
hasn't
And you
started.
go to the
Yes,
upper right quadrant.
totally right.
You're a maximalist.
We're
and you're an advocate.
We're actually pretty early right now in the big picture. Like if you do think back to 2020, after the Bitcoin halving, which I believe was May of 2020, correct me if I'm wrong, and it didn't start moving until October, because I specifically remember selling more than a Bitcoin for only $10,500 when it was moving at the time. So really, we could hit 70K today, and then after the Bitcoin halving in April of this year, maybe in about 6-7 months around election time, and then it goes boom, boom, boom. Also depending on who's the president of the United States at the time, or whoever is elected.
And and you don't necessarily just stay there. We all got to work together to keep ourselves motivated to be in that quadrant, because it can be quite a drain. But I just leave you with this thought, right? Which is Bitcoin grows stronger with every new participant at any level, right? You can say whatever you want about me, just spell the name right? Say the name right. Bitcoin. Right? When people are talking crap about Bitcoin, we're winning. When they're not sure about Bitcoin, we're winning. When they're liking it, we're winning.
Just talk
when
about
they're
it.
debating something, we're winning, right? Bitcoin grows stronger. And
and not to sound like a crazy Dogecoin maxi, which I'm not, by the way. What he's describing right now with like basically no bad news, no fame is bad fame, like whether people are talking bad about you or good about you, whether they're talking good about Bitcoin or bad about Bitcoin, they're still advertising Bitcoin. That's also how I kind of feel about Dogecoin, because if you do look at like the news articles about like PayPay or like Shiba Inu or Dog with Hat, whatever. Sorry, I'm such a hater. Doesn't matter. If you look closely at any of these articles, you're going to see that they will always circle back to Doge. because Doge was the original meme coin. Before Doge, there weren't any other meme coins that was like kind of making fun of this entire concept of crypto. So Doge was the first, the OG. It's like the Bitcoin of all the meme coins. So as all of these other little meme coins come out, it doesn't matter, you know, the fact that like PayPay went up by like, God knows, like over 400% in the last month or whatever, or 600% by now. I don't know. But every time something like this happens, people still write about Dogecoin. So it's kind of like all these little altcoins, all these little meme coins are doing free advertising, in my opinion, for Dogecoin whenever they come out, right? Because you still have to think back to the OG.
I posted this yesterday. It's like Bitcoin represents the digital transformation of capital. What is that worth? That is worth half of everything in the human race. It's half of everything. There's other stuff, medicine, politics, education. I don't dismiss it. But the digital transformation of capital and energy and property means that every person, every family, every corporation, every government, every movement can live their best life, achieve their greatest aspirations, right? And when you think about that Olympic athlete and you walk in the room and you say, hey, guess what? The new science came in. We don't have to bleed you this week. You know, you get to keep your blood while you're working out, you know, and we're not going to cut off your oxygen, right?
So
At that
intense.
point, you think maybe you got a chance to win this thing. And so I want to thank everybody and just end with the observation.
He's done.
Bitcoin's for everyone.
Bitcoin's for everyone. That was 50 minutes for the conference. I don't know if anyone else is speaking at this conference. Yeah, it's like a whole stadium. They did finally a far out shot. It's kind of like I think it's like a baseball stadium or a football stadium, probably a baseball stadium. And it's really big and there's 4 sides and then it's just one side watching him. So I feel bad for Michael Saylor. He deserved more than that. What else did I want to watch? Hold on. I just want to listen to Michael Saylor. So I'm just looking for, okay. I'd never seen this one. This is by Peter H. Diamandis. The discovery that sold Michael Saylor on Bitcoin. This is 1 month ago.
You know, people think you've been involved in Bitcoin for a decade.
This is only 11
since,
minutes.
You know, the beginning.
I'll watch it.
Because you've become such a strong, both knowledgeable and protagonist.
BTC
it wasn't
all-time high
just a few years ago
at
Can you tell
Asian
the story of
Open
what
in
happened
33
that got
minutes.
You excited and gave you, for lack of a better term, religion.
Oh, it's Michael
You know,
Saylor
Bitcoin
I'm listening
represents
to.
a paradigm shift. It's the digital transformation of money, property, and energy. And paradigm shifts are so profound that you're staring at them and you don't realize they took place because your worldview is constructed based upon a bunch of assumptions that you've always taken for granted. And so what Thomas Kuhn says in the structure of scientific.
Hi there, Abraham. Get Stuff says, okay, to be honest, I'm hoping everything goes down between June and September. Then I want to buy in the middle of September before the next parabolic rise. Yeah, I hope that's not true because I'd rather it just keep going up, but I think that's very unrealistic, as I just stated earlier. So when do I think it's going to drop, though? End of April is a BTC halving. So I don't think it will go down to like 40, 50,000 or even under 60,000, like around the end of April. I personally feel like after the halving or during the halving, it should still kind of climb upwards. Who knows what will happen like 2 weeks after the halving, though. So like sometime in May, like everything can go down. Unless some crazy news comes out. Because, for example, like Tesla doesn't accept BTC for like their Cybertrucks, right? I think if we need probably more news about more major companies, or like we already know that Tim Cook admitted in, I think it was 2021, that he like has interest in crypto for a while. Obviously, he doesn't announce it too much. But for example, if Apple said, hey, you know, we're now adding Bitcoin heavily into our portfolio or something like that, that would be a huge catalyst. So we just need more catalysts, to be honest, for it to just carry on forward up and up until November election time, which a lot of people think that it does take around like 6-7 months or so for Bitcoin to start climbing higher. But again, nothing makes sense anymore, and we may not be able to use history to calculate. I mean, we definitely can't use history to calculate the future of Bitcoin anymore, besides maybe the 4-year cycle of just the halving, because the game has changed. And now that institutions are so involved, it's not like before anymore. And we already are basically at the old all-time high, which was not the case over 50 days before the halving in 2020. So I can't not, it's like apples and oranges right now. Sorry, just play him.
Scientific revolutions, and what we study at MIT is there's only 2 circumstances under which people willingly undergo a paradigm shift. And one way is you wait for the old guard to die, and the millennials kind of, they get it because they're different. And Einstein, said God does not play dice with the universe. Einstein never liked quantum theory. You could be a brilliant person, but you won't embrace the paradigm shift while you're alive in the absence of a crisis. There's the second way you get paradigm shift is a war. When there's a war and there are bombs dropping from above, you don't believe in atomic power, but then someone drops a nuclear weapon and the city evaporates, and all of a sudden you become a believer and you reassess your priorities.
I would posit this
So
way,
intense.
which is when something is 10 times better than anything else. 10 times cheaper, 10 times faster, 10 times better. It's like how I got my mom and dad to go to a digital camera or to use Google or the web, right? It's like, but it's that much better.
Yeah, I will say though, like even when it's 10 times better, what you have is a commercially successful venture. But for example, Warren Buffett never invested in Microsoft, and Warren Buffett never invested in Amazon, right? Even though it's 10 times better, right? If you have enough money and enough power, you can ignore stuff. My dad didn't use any of the new technology until at some point we gave him a television and YouTube, and YouTube did it. Like, he didn't care about all the other things, but if you can sit and you can talk to the remote and you can stream on YouTube to anything, all of a sudden 80-year-old man decides he loves this.
Not single.
Now. And so it has to just click.
What clicked for you with Bitcoin? When was it? Was it March of, was it?
It's the second quarter of 2020. The second quarter of 2020, and what clicked was we had a K-shaped recovery. Main Street was shut down. It's pretty, millions of people have lost their jobs. The economy's contracting. And then Wall Street exploded and recovered and hit all-time highs. And what I saw was
6 weeks later, right?
Yeah, financial assets were having the best year ever. People had great years. I mean, a lot of these hedge fund managers, they had the best year of their life in 2020 or 2021.
Yeah.
And Main Street assets were having the worst year in 30 years. And I had a company with $500 million in cash that was dead money. It was idle. It was generating 0% interest. The Federal Reserve said, we're not going to raise interest rates for 4 years. The company's stock was in the tank. At one point, in essence, when we were going through this, our company was valued at $60 a share in cash and $60 a share in the software business. And that was like 1 times revenue. And so, I looked at the world and I said, if the cash is dead money, and if our stock is viewed as dead money, we've got a choice between a fast death, a slow death, or we ride out of the castle and we take a risk. Okay, the fast death is I just give the $500 million back to the shareholders in a dividend or a buyback. No, I knew that wasn't going to say.
Yes, I'm okay. Why wouldn't I not be okay? I move around a lot because I'm trying to get 10,000 steps a day, but it's not really happening lately because, as you can see, I am either on my phone, stand still, or I'm in the house doing a bunch of listings on you. So Hard.
take the company because I've been
I'm
buying
doing
back the
squats.
stock for the last 5 years. I bought $100 million worth of stock back or something. And the only thing that would happen would be the
Thanks,
stock would go
Steven.
from $120 a share to $60
Speaking
a share.
up for me.
And then all the stock options,
Sweat
the
coin.
employees would be underwater. Then all the employees would get headhunted away by Amazon and Google and Facebook, you know, and then we wouldn't
I
be
like
able to compete
dogs.
with Microsoft. And, you know, we compete against a company which has more power than God, right? Microsoft, right? Every company on earth is their customer. They're more powerful than all but about a handful of countries on this earth. And they
How
can
many steps is in a mile?
whatever they
I don't
want,
know. I
wrap it
did
into their product,
4,000
give it away
something
for free
steps
if they
yesterday, and it
want.
said 2 point
So-
something miles.
So
probably
the
over
challenge
2,000
of
something
giving up
steps
the
is about 1
capital
mile.
is first we lose our financial capital, and then we
Hold on.
lose our human capital.
Let me
and
see
then
how
we
much I
have no
stepped
reason to
today.
exist, and the company was going to zero. So, notwithstanding whether you care whether a company lives
Oh, wait,
or
never
not,
mind.
I didn't
did-
see it in the
I did this 5,000. I did 5,000 steps already. Just kind of like this. That is 19 flights climbed and 2.4 miles. 2.4 miles. So yeah, I want to get basically 5 miles a day because I want 10,000 steps. And I was doing really good at that until, you know, I stopped doing 200 crunches a day. But wow, 62% of you guys are in meme coins. We're either all going to get really rich or we're all going to get really poor.
in the interest of my shareholders to watch the stock go to $60 a share and then watch us slide. You know, we'd have to sell the company. So the second strategy is hold the cash. But the cash is, you know, cash trash. Ray Dalio says that is generating 0% interest. And the money supply expanded by 20% a year for the past 2 years. You can see it in U.S. single-family homes, which shot up 40% in price. And so if the money's being devalued 20% a year and you're generating 0% interest, you got a negative real yield of minus 20%. And I did the math.
I know it keeps edging 20 cents, but it's not over 20 cents. So I'll be excited once it's edging towards 25 cents.
$50 million of purchasing power in 36 to 48 months. So that's a slow death. I could use cash to pay my employees, but ultimately we were sitting and mired. And so that doesn't work. And so in that situation, we decided we should do something transformational. And, you know, and if you went to a Harvard B School class and corporate strategy said, what are you going to do? The investors want the cash back. You can't generate a yield on the cash. The company needs to grow. Well, the answer is you do a transformational acquisition. So if I could have bought VMware, or if I could have bought WhatsApp, or if I could have bought Snapchat, or if I could buy like a super high growth digital monopoly or some moonshot thing that would go to the sky, then yeah, maybe that saves the company. But those are few and far between. Most of the time, these acquisitions that you do are dilutive. And I knew they're dilutive because, like Pete, it's not my first rodeo. I lived through this. I invented, I launched 12 different product lines to grow the business, and there were singles and doubles or whiffs. And I know that just innovating won't always help you. And then I bought the stock back, and I knew that didn't work. And then I spent hundreds of millions of dollars on sales and marketing to expand the business, and that didn't work. And so then I watched all my competitors, Business Objects, Cognos, every company. I watched them do acquisitions to try to grow, and every one of them failed in that strategy. There was a 99% mortality rate.
Wow.
The reason we're the biggest independent business intelligence company left is because the other 100 all went private, got bought up, got amalgamated, and sucked into the bowels of IBM and Oracle, and then dismantled over the course of 20 years. So I kind of knew, I tried everything for a decade. I knew it wasn't going to work from first observations. So I thought, well, what if I could find a digital gold?
Yes, get stuffed. You can mention
something that is better than gold, but
I am not a dictator. So you can, I think I chose some people like back in the day to like watch the channel and delete comments if they're like just evil comments. But no, you can say whatever you want. Just be respectful, and you can don't shill stuff like random, bad links for people, but feel free to talk about other channels that you want to recommend others to watch. Like I'm watching a channel right now by Peter H. Diamandis, Diamandis. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, feel free to shill each other. Just make sure you're subscribed to me and smash that like button though. Cool.
Also a big tech monopoly. And here are my 3 criteria. I want it to be a better gold than gold. I want it to be a big tech monopoly, and I want no one else to appreciate it. I want it to be underappreciated. And that's what Bitcoin was in the second quarter of 2020. No one thought it was an institutional asset, even though Amazon stock had doubled in the second quarter. Bitcoin.
I just want to say like what I would give to go back to 2020 when Ethereum was like $200 something. Just mine a bunch of ETH and buy a bunch of ETH. That would be life changing. And then also Bitcoin when it was like at one point $3,000, I think during the pandemic was like the absolute lowest. Like I was standing in line to watch a movie. Now that movie has cost me millions of dollars.
Is trading about the same as it had been trading in 2018 or 2019. You know, it got up to 10,000, it had smashed down to 4,000, it was back at 10,000. So I looked at it and I said, well, you know, based on all the information, you would think that a digital property network or a global digital money network is more valuable, knowing that people are losing confidence in currencies, losing confidence in central banks, losing confidence in governments. And this is a non-sovereign, open, decentralized system. So it struck me that the fundamentals were good.
Yeah, you would think
but it wasn't appreciated.
Yeah.
So we're there. We have to take a risk. We literally have to, or we got to sell the company, right? We're done one way or the other. And I said, well, this is a reasonable risk because it looks like the Facebook of money or the Google of money in the year 2010 or 2011. While 98% of the world doesn't understand it, it's a bit too complicated, they're afraid of it. But just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it isn't true. It just means, right. You know, and I had the experience of riding the mobile wave.
Yep.
And I'm the guy in 2011 that bought Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google stock.
Wow.
You know, and they all worked out well. And I thought, the year's 2020, we're at the end of the mobile wave. You know, I tell a story of, you know, I tell a funny story in the mobile wave about my niece on a beach, and she's like, I don't know, 8 years old, and she wants the Big Apple. And I said, oh, you want to go to New York City? She said, give me the Big Apple for my birthday. And I said, you want to go to New York City? She goes, no, I want the iPad. And I thought, okay, little girl wants an iPad. That means that the entire world wants this, and this is going to be a big deal, so buy Apple stock. Well, in 2020, I'm talking to the same niece. And I said, what do you think? And she goes, yeah, well, I just bought some Amazon stock. And like Amazon's trading at like $3,300 a share, you know, and it just doubled. I'm like, okay, well, if 20-somethings now know they should buy Amazon and Apple and Google, this is not a misunderstood technology trend anymore. Every Uber driver understands that.
This is like the 2001 .com bust where every taxi driver back then was telling you what .com stocks they were.
I really hope that my future kids ask me to buy them for the like 16th birthday, or just give them a bunch of money for their 16th birthday so they can eventually invest into crypto and stocks. I hope that's what happens to my kids. They better not be asking me for like a car or something. Be like, you go work for your own car.
They were buying.
Actually, they'll have to work for their own money because I'll have my money and my stocks in crypto.
Wave. And think that through, and so that kind of made the decision straightforward. It wasn't without risk, but the alternative was pretty much throw in the towel and just either get beat to death fast or beat to death slowly. And so we got into this business at that time, and of course, the last 2 years have been, I think, fairly good ones in terms of commercialization, institutionalization of digital assets.
Okay, I want to listen to Kathy Wood.
There are 19.6 million Bitcoin.
It's the
out
same
there
guy.
right
It's
now,
Peter
and the
H.
highest
is
it
the
will
channel.
ever go is 21 million.
But this one
This
is
a bubble,
Cathie
and
Wood.
The way we
And it's called The Coming Bitcoin Surge with Cathie Wood, if you want to watch it on YouTube. The Coming Bitcoin Surge with Cathie Wood, episode 88.
are answering it is we think in the next 5 to 10 years, you will not recognize the world as we know it today.
I hope so.
In the next decade, we're going to see as much progress as we've seen in the last century.
What we think is going to
I do think in the next 10 years, though, like, just not just the AI news, but the fact that people are literally making like physical robots. I mean, just robots. But what did I see yesterday? I saw a post. I don't know if I reposted on my Instagram story, but there's a company that's currently working on robots. And then right now I think like Amazon invested, OpenAI invested, like a whole bunch of companies are currently invested in this like robotics company to create like basically like C3PO from like Star Wars. It kind of looks like that. And I think that's what they're aiming for. And they're going to, as OpenAI is one of the investors, I'm pretty sure they're going to be working on like the AI part of it. So probably like the brain part of it or whatever. So it's going to be wild to see that there are like these robots that do these housework chores for you. And I think that could very easily happen in the next decade. 10 years from now is a long time. So by 2034, I wouldn't be shocked if somebody who makes, I don't know, at least 200,000 plus a year will end up wanting to buy one of those C3POs. I mean, who wouldn't want one? I'd rather a BB-8, but whatever, to each his own. To have a C3PO like in the house and do your chores, fold your laundry while you're like out working. I could totally see that happening. VO Warrior, hi there. Turn those paper hands to diamond hands, bro. No, I'm gonna turn my diamond hands into paper hands this year. Sorry, not sorry. $2 million in Dogecoin. Elon tanked it on SNL. I don't blame Elon Musk to this day. Okay. I blame myself for not selling at the all-time high. But again, you don't know what the all-time high is until hindsight. Cathie Wood
is not exponential growth, but
I think Cathie Wood is really,
growth as we
really
get
intelligent.
The convergence between among technologies out there. This is not just a technology; it's a new asset class, and beyond
Michael
that,
Saylor says that
a
too.
Global
New asset
monetary
class
system. It's a big idea.
Everybody, welcome to Moonshots. Peter here, about to have a conversation with Cathie Wood, the head of ARK Investments, one of the most extraordinary moonshot investors on the planet. Both she and I recently had a conversation with Elon on our channels. Today, we're going to talk about artificial intelligence, the coming wave of artificial general intelligence, robotaxis, flying cars, Bitcoin.
I don't know
robots,
when flying
US
cars are going to get here,
relations and AI, all the things that are going to make literally an explosion of exponential wealth and potential over not decades, over the next few years between now and 2030. All right, let's jump in. Everyone, it's Peter. In a few weeks, I'm gathering an incredible group of AI leaders, including Ray Kurzweil, Eric Schmidt, Mustafa Suleyman, Imad Mustaq, Michael Saylor, and others at my private Abundance Summit to discuss the impact of AI on our lives, our businesses, and the world. The Abundance Summit is a private community open to extraordinary moonshot entrepreneurs. It's Singularity University's highest level program, and it's not for everyone. If you're at the top of your
crypto
game
is just kind of
and you wanna
stuck right
learn
now.
more
At least
about
that's what
this
I'm seeing
program,
with like
click on the link
ETH
below to be considered.
and Sheep,
Okay,
Doge,
let's go back to the episode.
BTC.
Enjoy.
It just looks
All
like
right,
they're
well,
all just kind of
Cathie,
sitting
one
there.
thing I love is that you and
Bitcoin's
I
really
have
close
the
though.
same sort of massive.
Guys. Okay, Bitcoin is at 68. I don't know if it reached higher than this, but it is currently at 68,656. Check it out. That is crazy. Okay. I definitely think today has to be the day. I'm not going to end the stream until Bitcoin reaches over 69. Oh my God, it just reached 68,720. All right, shall we do a little count until it's happening? It's happening. Like, keep going, keep going, keep going. $300 more. You could do this. We just need a whale to throw down, a couple $1 billion, and then we'll be there. Perfect. Orange pilling.
Transformative purpose and
I'm way
and
too excited for
moonshots,
somebody who doesn't have
you
any
know,
Bitcoin. Like, I
seeing
don't have any.
disruptive technologies
Not even
as
half.
the mechanism that uplift humanity and create the most progress. And I'm kind of shocked that more people are not on this thesis, that more people are not seeing it and not moving towards it. Because I'm convinced, I'm 100% convinced of what you have been saying. I've been saying the same thing, but you've made the financial vehicles to enable people. Why do you think people aren't actually seeing it in such a clear fashion?
I think in the traditional financial world, which is where there are the trillions and trillions of dollars, the reason is because of the move to passive investing. Now, this used not to be a thing. When I started in the business in the late 70s, early 80s, asset managers were all active, which simply means they were trying to figure out how the future was going to work. And they would do so using macro analysis, so economics and so forth, as well as micro analysis, company by company. And then in 2000, with the tech and telecom bust,
Golder. I did see that many other countries, I think more like on the developing countryside, they woke up to like today, Bitcoin new all-time highs. We're just waiting for America, but I think America is slow, but it's on its way. It'll happen.
Shift towards
I give it
benchmark
2 hours.
Style investing, accelerated shift. Benchmarks being S&P 500, NASDAQ, MSCI World. And then even more so after 08, 09, the financial meltdown, we had an accelerated move towards passive investing. And why was this? It was a self-fulfilling prophecy as more and
even
more
when you guys aren't here, by the way,
active
I like to listen to Cathie Wood too. I feel like I listen to actually more. Lately, I've been listening to Michael Saylor just because it's great, like pumping myself up for crypto. But Cathie Wood is great to listen to as well because she's usually pretty optimistic. Like I was listening to her throughout 2022, 2023, the downfalls, and she's like also therapeutic to me.
Managers became benchmark sensitive. They were bidding up those stocks in the benchmarks, of course. Now, the other thing that happened to active managers, which was really terrible, is while they were doing that, they were charging fees. They were charging fees, and yet they were starting to look like these benchmarks that don't charge fees. And so they were already behind the benchmarks at the start of every year just because of their fees. And so you had the self-fulfilling prophecy. And now what we have is, I think it's almost 75%, definitely north of 50% of all assets under management are in the passive style.
They say in Australia, Bitcoin's already $100,000.
I believe
so,
this is the most
technically it's $100,000 a coin.
Misallocation of capital in history, because there is no, I can't tell you how many conferences I've gone to in the ETF world, which is mostly passive, where it's starting to turn active, but how many ETF conferences I'll go and I'll see there are no Bloomberg machines, no broadcasts, CNBC or Bloomberg or Fox Business News, nothing. Guess what? They don't care what's in the index. All they care about is how closely the index tracks the S&P or the NASDAQ. So there's a loss of brain power in the industry. And I think there's one of the things, honestly, one of the things that I say is here you have the best and the brightest coming out of the elite schools into our business. And I think I'm sure I'm going to be criticized for saying this, but I think we lose their brains to this quant way of looking at the world, which slices and dices indexes. Indexes are at the heart of all the quant analysis. And so,
I mean, I agree with you, and it's such a large institutional force that bucking the system is very difficult and risky. You've done it, and thank you for that. And I think, again, like I said at the beginning, I think your thesis is going to prove out, not by a little bit, but by orders of magnitude at the end of the day.
And can I say, Peter, just sorry to interrupt you, but what happened to I think there were a lot of people in 17, 18, 19, 20 who were looking at what we were doing, and they were starting to copy us. And I was thrilled with that. And then we hit 21 and 22, which was a bloody disaster. Interest rates.
Fear causes retrenchment to the norm.
Well, and you know, a 24-fold increase.
And it went down again. Now it's 68,677.
Never happened in history. Crucified all
SHIB though.
Assets, even bonds.
SHIB. How is SHIB climbing at the same time as BTC? This is like really weird. But SHIB right now, yes, CPL. Do you have SHIB as well? It is at, oh my goodness gracious, 67. It's up 67%. It is currently basically 4.5. It's gonna hit 4.5. Like look at that. Straight line up. Absolutely insane. Okay. Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu is my new favorite. Goodbye, Doge. Just kidding. But yeah, that is crazy. Why is XRP not moving though? I'm a little bit, it's okay. You can't have everything moving at the same time, but I really want, like, XRP at this point deserves to be at $1. At $1. I think it was $3 at one point on the all-time high. I don't know. I know I don't think it's ever reached $5. Crazy. Ethereum is also moving up. It is up only 5% today though, but it's at 3,656. All right. All right, SHIB, let's go. Okay, I think SHIB could possibly hit, but on my today chart, it doesn't say that SHIB's over 102 in the last 24 hours. Oh, because I'm on the day chart. But SHIB is up. Oh my God, SHIB is up in the past week, better than NVIDIA. 350% in the past week. Oh, and it just did it. I'm going to screenshot this. 45. It hit 45. Crazy. Look. It is up 44. It's up 350%. That's actually crazy. 350% in a week. Just imagine if oh my God. Just imagine. I kind of wish in hindsight, it's always like, why didn't I just put literally everything into PayPay or Shiba Inu? Why? See, that's why I don't wish this upon any of you guys. The reason why I'm so into Shiba Inu right now is not because I'm obsessed with Shiba Inu. It's simply because I got stuck holding a bag in 2020, in 2021. So now I'm trying to toss that bag to somebody else that really loves it. And I hope you make even more money than me. And then you toss that back to somebody else, and then someone else and someone else. But yeah, I'm excited for Shiba Inu to do better so that I could get rid of it in the green. I don't think it'll be today though. I'm not, my hopes are not that high. I'm very impressed with the growth. I hope it keeps on going, but I don't think Shiba Inu is going to hit a new all-time high right this minute. That would be crazy though. Maybe this week, I hope. That would be pretty cool. And then if it chills out and then Bitcoin, Ethereum takes over, I'm fine with that. Who knows? I feel like Shiba Inu is one of those things, like it doesn't just die right away. Like thinking back to like 2021, I remember Shiba Inu, like everyone was talking about it and I was like, oh, I missed out, like too late, I didn't buy any, whatever. I'm like full Doge. I don't care about Shiba Inu. Like I remember when I did my live stream in 2021, in like April and May, I think people at that time were already kind of saying like, oh yeah, there's like Shiba Inu or whatever around that time after SNL. People were like, oh, you should get into Shiba Inu, you should buy Shiba Inu. And I didn't. And it went up. And I'm like, oh, too bad for me. And I thought that was over. And I would never really honestly hear from Shiba Inu again. But then bam, October of 2021, it started to rise like crazy. And at that point, like no one was even talking about Doge anymore. So Shiba Inu is insane. Like I just really don't know. We can't predict anything. Like it could go up and then miss silence for a couple of months and then just rise back up to a new all-time high, which is personally what I'm hoping for. But I don't know if I want to wait another 6-7 months even or a year. Much rather it just happen today. We'll shall see.
Long-term bonds, which were where safety was supposed to be, they had their worst year in 250 years, since the 1700s. So, we couldn't win. Now I think we're on the other side of that. Now people are trying to figure out, why aren't long-term interest rates continuing to go up if the Fed says inflation is still an issue? And they're not going up because the real issue is deflation.
Yeah, and technology is a deflationary force.
Absolutely.
In a very good way. It's an
Yes.
efficiency magnifying force.
Productivity boom.
Yeah,
Yep.
Agreed. The other thing that's going on, Kathy, that I keep on seeing, and I had this conversation with Ray Kurzweil, who's a dear friend. He's my co-founder of Singularity. He's sort of the high priest of exponential thinking, if you would, right? And Ray and I are talking about this. He'll be with me.
I don't know if Shiba's going to go over a
Abundance
penny,
Summit,
but I'll pray for you.
in a couple of weeks.
Let's just hope it
And
drops
we're
like
talking
1
about
0 and then 2
how
zeros. I'm fine with just 1
absolutely
0, honestly.
challenging it is for people to think in exponential fashion. That despite all of the evidence they keep seeing over and over and over again, they still extrapolate in a linear fashion. And
They do.
and it's crazy. I mean, anyway, I want to get into this conversation here.
Before we go
Yeah.
further there, it's such an important point. In the financial world, exponential, that concept, the last time investors heard it was during the tech and telecom bubble. And for them, that ended badly. Now they just don't believe it. They don't
wish I
believe
could
it's
buy
possible
Apple
to sustain
back during the
growth
crash.
rates at 15, 20, 25% plus per year. But what we think is going to happen is not exponential growth, but super exponential growth as we get the convergence between among technologies out there.
So this is the other side. These are overlapping waves of exponentials that cause tsunamis, right?
Yes.
And I like to say, how do you need to surf on top of the tsunami instead of being crushed by it.
Absolutely.
The analogy I use, which I welcome you. I love this analogy, is the 10-kilometer asteroid that hit the planet 65 million years ago. Right. So this 10-kilometer asteroid hits the planet. It changes the environment so rapidly that the slow lumbering dinosaurs are unable to adapt. But it's the furry mammals that are agile that are able to rapidly adapt to the environment and then become the dominant players. And the massive asteroid hitting planet Earth today are these converging exponential technologies, and they're going to change everything faster than people can possibly imagine.
Oh, thank you guys. I just looked at my subscriber count. Thank you to all of you guys that have subscribed. I do see my subscriber count going up. Would love for every single person who has not subscribed, if you're watching this video, please hit that like button. Really, really helps out the channel. So it's free to support. Please smash the like button and make sure to subscribe. Check out the description down below. I pretty much have a description down in the like most of my videos. I try to, like, for short videos and longer form videos, I always try to put like a let's connect, like all my social media. So if you ever check back at one of my videos, or if you're on X, you'll see like my link tree. That's where you'll be able to find me, or just don't forget my username, Living with Lucy. Thank you guys so much.
yes, we think in the next 5 to 10 years, you will not recognize the world as we know it today. And we just put on something called Big Ideas Summit here in St. Petersburg, Florida.
That's right. You moved to St. Petersburg.
Yes, and really innovative, optimistic spirit down here, I must say, and just trying to communicate to people, not just investors, but parents, grandparents. This is how you steer students into this way of thinking and have them catch these waves, because they're going to be enormous, and make sure they stay away from the disrupted or the disintermediated or the soon to be destroyed.
I'm going to share this with you a
Holy.
little bit off the subject, but
Shiba Inu is not stopping.
I just gave a talk.
Shiba Inu is currently at 4549. Of course, 0.0004536 right now. I'm just trying to think. Okay, if it does 10x, which is like, okay, I don't think it's gonna happen in this cycle, but you never know. Let's just go see the coin market cap. La-di-da-di-da. Okay. God, hold on. Coin market cap. There we go. Wow. Doge is number 7 right now. I didn't even know that Dogecoin was number 7 on the coin market cap all of a sudden. I'm like, where'd you come from? Oh my God, it's right behind XRP. Aw. Why is XRP not moving? Okay. So XRP is at a $36 billion market cap, okay? And is a number 6. Dogecoin is at number 7 somehow today. Very surprised. I did not expect this. $29 billion. So we would have to go up by another $8 billion, let's say, in order to beat out XRP, assuming that XRP does not move at all, which since I have XRP too, kind of like I'm praying for all my babies. Sheeb has now taken the old spot that Doge held on to for dear life for a while there of number 10. And it is literally, I think it's going to beat out ADA at this point. Let's go. But Sheeb right now is at number 10, sitting at $26 billion, $26.14 billion. ADA is sitting at number 9, right above Sheeb at $27.61 billion. So yeah, I'm like pretty positive. I believe in Shiba Inu's current insanity rate of growth. Yeah, you're right. 24 hours on CoinMarketCap, it shows it's up 105%. That's actually insane. Yeah. Imagine if this entire market, like Bitcoin, just holds at a standstill, and so does Ethereum, but then like Doge crawls to number 3 and then Shiba's at number 4. That would be like a meme takeover. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to start charging. Okay, my laptop that I'm doing my live stream on is charged, but I now need to charge my other one. Okay, hold on. Things running out of battery since I am doing the stream for way too long. If you appreciate it, smash the like. But I told you, I really want to see. I did not start this stream for Shiba Inu, by the way. So I really just want to see Bitcoin hitting a new all-time high. But if Shiba Inu happens to get a new all-time high, that's fine by me too. Okay, perfect. Charging my other laptop that I'm playing the Kathy Wood thing on. But that is crazy. Look at it. So we got, oops. Yep. Right now, Fear Greed went to 90. I don't know if it can get honestly to 100. I've never seen it, but right now the market cap is at 254 trillion, and we are at Bitcoin is at 1.35 trillion. Almost hit all-time high, and Dogecoin is surprisingly at number 7 with Sheeb at number 10. But yeah, I'm gonna tweet that. This image is beautiful. Hold on. Okay. I really think that Sheeb has to at this point. Like, come on. Just 2 more billion and you will beat out ADA. Nothing against ADA though. I know some of you guys have ADA as well. Bonk barely pumped today, DZ says. I know, right? I mean, it's still up. I can't really complain. I was like, after I bought Bonk on like market value, which is really stupid, but I bought Bonk like a while back, and it's just pretty much been down for the longest time. Now I'm finally in the green, but it's like barely moving. But it's fine. You can't expect every single meme coin to be moving at the same time. There's just not enough liquidity. But I'm hoping that there'll be like this is like the first mini altcoin run in my opinion. And then when Bitcoin hits a new all-time high and people start throwing all their money into Bitcoin, once Bitcoin cools down a bit before the halving and then after a couple months after the halving, I think people will throw money back into altcoins because I think it just kind of goes, at least that's what I viewed the patterns. It's just like it goes up and down. The money passes back and forth between BTC and like the altcoins because you can't just have everything go up all at once. I mean, that would be cool though. MYRO for that possible saga chapter. I don't know. I don't have that. Thank you, Steven. That's being too kind. How come on CB Bonk all-time high is like blah, 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 but everywhere else says it's all-time high? I don't know. I think is it because Coinbase levels are different from other ones? I think that's possible. I've heard about how Coinbase has very, very different pricing. Like if you think back to ICP at one point, I think when ICP was first on Coinbase, it was like something crazy, like $300 or maybe $700. I remember I did not buy at 300. Someone I know did and lost money, but I got ICP even when I thought was low, which was like 50 something, and it's much lower than that right now. So it kind of sucks, but it's all good.
To my kids' school, to all of the teachers, they're in 6th grade right now in middle school. And I asked 2 questions at the beginning. There was a talk on exponential technologies and where our world is going, because I don't think our schools are preparing our kids.
Yeah, I wanted to tweet that image
for what's coming. And I asked the question, how many of you, and this is the teachers in the room, 150 of them, how many of you think that the world was better off 40 or 50 years ago? 2/3 of the room raised their hand. Right? Wow. And then I asked a second question, how many of you think that the lives of our children will be better in the future? 2 out of the 150 raised their hand. And I was like, uh-oh, wrong school.
What? Let me ask you, what age group?
These were middle school and high school teachers.
Such an important time.
100%. And at the end of the day, we have to realize that those of you who are parents listening to this, think about who's preparing your kids for the future. Because honestly, the future, if they're in middle school or high school, their future is going to be not a little bit different. It's going to be dramatically different. What Ray and I talk about is in the next decade, we're going to see as much progress as we've seen in the last century. So think of what it was like in 1924 to today, right? That's their future.
Yeah, when we're trying to help people understand the same thing.
Yeah.
Again, not just investors, but anybody.
Yeah, I want to get rid of my ICP too. It's not happening yet because I don't want to sell at a loss after waiting for so many years.
We often say
Wish me
the
luck.
last time we had multiple innovation platforms evolving at the same time was in the early 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s. And absolutely right.
Smash the like button, guys. By the way, you're doing a great job at it. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Right? I make more content than just crypto. I do live streams, but a lot of short videos.
I think it's a starship compared to a bottle rocket. So, there's so much to talk about and so much extraordinary things. I mean, the grandfather of all of the, well, first of all, the underlying, bedrock of this is computation. It is the massive explosion of processing power, cloud, GPUs. But, that layer on top of that is AI, which is what all I'm talking about right now and everything that you're principally talking about right now. My thesis for the Abundance Summit in a few weeks is the great AI debate. And we'll have Eric Schmidt and Mustafa Suleiman and Ray Kurzweil and Jeffrey Hinton and a whole bunch of amazing people there. And it's going to be a conversation to help people flesh out the idea of, am I a boomer or
We're
a
still
doomer?
not.
Is this the most important?
Did we still not get to
technology? Should we go as fast
69,000
as we
BTC?
can,
This is
slow it down?
ridiculous.
And of
Hi
course,
there,
it
Children
is the most
Chility. Nice
important
to see
technology,
you.
and we
Bring back the
fully
Doge
understand
pillow.
it,
I brought it out
and we can
yesterday.
slow
Okay,
it
fine.
down
For
if we
anybody
wanted
new
to.
in here, for anyone new in here that has not subscribed yet, I'll show you something cool. If you promise to subscribe after. Give me a second. Actually, I have to use the restroom, so I'll meet you guys for like 2 seconds. Ta-da! And now you have to subscribe. for my Doge pillow. There you go, just for you, Chochitility, because I know you're an OG subscriber, and I love you guys. Check out his backside. All right, I'm gonna throw him away for a second. Really, I'm gonna have to close the stream, or at least walk away for a long time when I'm eating dinner if it still does not go up in the next like 20 minutes. This is so ridiculous. Why is it taking so long?
That's right. That's right. And the one thing I will say about that in terms of the doers, I'm glad there are a lot of people worried about it because half of the solution is understanding the problem.
Yay, 20
being very
cents. No, we hit that
straightforward
earlier
about
for
it.
Doge.
And
No, I don't want to
you
do
know,
a
I was very happy
mukbang.
to learn about
Not right now.
hallucinations and confabulations.
I'm not
and,
even eating that much
you
because I'm
know,
on a
all of
diet.
all of the things that could go wrong, and then also to even, you know, someone.
I could leave the stream
during
on
one of
though.
our
I'll just leave it on
brainstorms
and you guys can
raised
chat.
the,
Then maybe I'll come
idea
back.
that,
We'll see.
wait a minute. Could these confabulations be the same as what human beings go through when they dream? Could this be channeled into something very interesting? Let's not denigrate it. Let's think about it. Let's maybe harness it, you know?
I love that. You know, one fun thing I've done, I've always wanted to do this, you know, the Abundance Summit is part of Singularity University. Ray Kurzweil and I started that, 15 years ago. And I always dreamt about having AI faculty. And so for this year, for the first time, we've got
69 to midnight, then flash crash to 58. Oh, that is so bearish, and bounce up to 67 maybe. I don't think it's going to crash to 58 anytime soon, especially with April being so close for the halving. So that's just my personal take, but let me know in the chat what you guys think.
Entire educational ecosystem in a massive
Thank you, Chill.
Absolutely. Personalized tutors, absolutely. While we're on education, and I wanted to say this earlier, but one of the reasons we moved to St. Petersburg is because of this innovative spirit. After 2 years of being here, ARC's research, as you say, it's not being taught in the schools. ARC's research has been made age appropriate for sixth graders, so that ARC's research is the science curriculum for all of sixth grade throughout Pinellas County and soon to be all of middle school.
That's awesome.
Man, I wish I knew about ARC Invest or anything Invest back in grade 6. Like, what was I doing in grade 6? I was like buying lip gloss.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
It is, because at the end of the day,
regrets.
This is not only what our kids are going to inherit, but what they're going to have to lead.
Yes, absolutely. 1 foot in the new world. Okay. Excite them about it, you know, and especially in the lower socioeconomic, demographic, tell them this is the great leveler. This is
that
the great
is
leveler.
my
Catch this wave and your life and your family's life.
I use this is my like selfie light. I can't show you how bright it is because it just turned off on its own right now. I guess it lasted for 3 hours because I had this light on my other laptop for 3 hours. The lighting's so much better with it on, but it's okay. It's off now, but now I know its life, its battery life is about 3 hours. I'll charge it. If you appreciate these very long live streams, once again, make sure you are subscribed. Okay. Why is it plugging in? Okay, there we go. Plugging in my light. It's just a little darker now, but it's all good. Just leave your stream on while you're eating, just like old times. Yeah, I've done, I think the longest stream I've ever done was when I started this channel. I don't know if that video is still there, but I was trying to gain hours. Because obviously you need like 4,000 hours before YouTube allows you to be monetized, and you have to have 1,000 subscribers or something like that. Fact check that. I don't know if that's still true. But I did that with the help of many people who are on the stream right now. Because at the time when I started, this was like my second channel. I had a first channel, but now this is like my main channel. And I remember I did a stream where I watched Titanic and I just had the sound off. I think it was like a 4-hour stream. So I think 4 hours was my longest. But maybe today I'll hit like 6 hours depending on just how long it takes for BTC to hit that new all-time high. Oh, okay. You don't, so Get Stuffed is like a quiet one. I can't stand hearing people eat. So you don't like mukbangs then. I actually do like mukbangs. I used to watch people eat all the time when I went on like this insane diet when I was like 17 years old. But yeah, now I don't. When I'm not on a diet, I don't care to watch people eat. But when I'm on a diet, I'm like, yes, you eat that. I will be on my diet.
Will be delightful.
You know, I think that is such an important point. One of the things I talk about a lot is what I call the 6 Ds of exponential, that when you digitize something, you're dematerialize, demonetize, and democratize it. It's deceptive in the beginning and disruptive in the end. And Google, for example, isn't a little bit better for Larry Page's kids compared to the poorest kids. It's identical. It is complete leveler. And AI is the same. And in fact, there was a study done, I think it was out of Microsoft, that looked at the impact it had on high-end workers and low-end workers. And it actually brought up the low end higher than it brought up the high end. So it is a leveling force.
So that was a Bain consulting study. It was a study of Bain consultants. And we put this in our big ideas this year. The improvement of the high-performing consultants after, I think this was GPT-3, ChatGPT, was 17%. The improvement of the lower-performing consultants was 43%. Think about that. It's crazy.
I probably got it from one of your tweets. I love the social media that you and your team put out. So let's dive. I want to dive into AI. I want to dive into autonomous cars, robotaxis, flying cars. I want to talk about biotech and my personal favorite subject.
Doge is 19.6 now, but it's okay. It fluctuates.
I think the 2 biggest financial markets on the planet are going to be AI and longevity. Still, when I'm in a crowd and I say, how much of your wealth would you pay for an extra 20 healthy years? You know,
it's a lot.
All of it.
It's a lot. It's most of a person's wealth.
I think Warren Buffett said he would give away all his money if he could go back to being
So,
like, I don't know,
it's a
18
massive
years
market.
old
We
or
can talk
something.
about that. There should be
So,
some ETFs
yes.
around longevity side too.
People will pay a lot to be young.
AI. So, what are you most excited about in the AI world right now? There's so much to be excited about.
Well, I again, it's AI and the convergence with everything,
Yeah.
right?
Okay,
And
is it
so-
just me or Kathy Wood is the person that says the word convergence the most? Every single video, I swear to God, there's not a single video that I have seen Kathy Wood in where she did not use the word convergence, the convergence of it. I love it. I love her.
So, in fact, our
Go,
chief
go,
futurist
go.
rep went and wrote the convergence part of our big ideas. And you can talk about excitement from a number of angles. So in terms of how our lives are going to change, I think the biggest from a revenue impact for investors to think about is autonomous mobility and what it's going to do to transportation. It's interesting. We just had a presentation. They're going to redo St. Petersburg around the new Tampa Bay Rays baseball team, and it's just going to transform it. And when I mentioned to
Ruination, Buffett is an interesting person.
Do you know, because they were focused a lot on parking, I said, did you know that for every car on the road in the United States today, there are 5 parking spaces? But the world's going to change, and we will only need 1 of those parking spots per car. So 20% of the parking spaces is all we'll need. So we think that autonomous taxi platforms are an $8 to $10 trillion revenue opportunity by 2030. Now, a lot of people dismiss us out of hand now because Elon has been predicting this as this year for the last 4 or 5 years, and Now that in this last quarterly report, he said, I know that I've been doing this and I know I've been wrong.
Thank
so
you
I'm
for
not
those
gonna
that
give you
smashed the like
a time."
button.
That probably means we're really close
Please
now.
also
You know what I
subscribe
mean?
too.
It's
I
just
It's
how
free
human
and it helps the
psychology
channel.
is.
I do. You and I both did a Twitter Spaces with Elon in the last few months, and he's been a friend for 24 years. I would never bet against him, and not even. I remember, in the
I would not
reusability
bet
space,
against Elon Musk. I don't have enough money to bet against Elon
before we
Musk.
started SpaceX because we were both space cadets, and we were having dinner and he was sketching out for me when the Falcon 9 was first launching, how he wanted to make the Falcon 9 first stage reusable and resell it for the same price or maybe higher because it was a proven first stage. And I was like, that's incredibly brilliant. And of course, that's happened in spades. Now Starship is about to occur. And of course, our cars are idle, 95%, 97% of the time?
Yes.
I want to push that big button on I have a Model X and a Model S and go out, make me money.
Right? Go out, make me money.
That's we really think it's going to happen.
So side note, okay, so they're basically talking about like Teslas in the future. Like you click a button and then you have its like own, obviously if FSD goes well and whatnot, that you can just, I think this has been talked about. This is a concept that's been talked about like years ago of how later on it'll kind of be like Tesla, Uber, whatever, and you'll basically be able to rent, like kind of like have your car pick up people and do the whole Uber thing and help you make like passive income. I, of course, would love for that to happen. I think obviously a lot of legal things would have to happen for that to happen. But if it does happen, I think that would give me way more incentive to purchase a Tesla. Whereas right now I drive a Prius and I'm happy with my Prius. Of course, I'd rather be in a Cybertruck or like a Mercedes or whatever, because I've driven Mercedes before and it's really, really nice. But I am more about, just practicality. Getting a car is for getting me from point A to point B. So it doesn't have to be fancy. I'd rather honestly have a house as an investment or just, I don't know, put a bunch of money in and into, I don't know, some type of interest saving account and then just make a lot of money through it than have a depreciating asset like a car. That's just me though. But I do understand having the finer things in life as well, and enjoying having the finer things in life. So you do you, whatever, no judgment. But I definitely think that I would, and tons of people would end up buying a Tesla, even if they hate Elon Musk or they don't like Tesla cars right now and they'd rather drive their BMWs, they'll probably invest in a Tesla at the point in time when like FSD could get to the point and like we get through obviously a lot of legal hurdles, right? With Congress and whatnot, having to put guards on the safety of people. Before any of that happens, right? Like having your car just drive off in the middle of the night when you're sleeping, making you money. So that's pretty much the situation. But I really, really hope that it happens. Thank you so much, Dawn. Ching. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys, the ones sending super chats and all of you guys, the ones that's been here a long time, or if you're new here, you're welcome. You could come into my streams or I don't know, send me a comment, whatever you feel like about anything that you want. I try to get back to everybody, and if not, try me on another platform. I'm on X a lot. And just, let me know also down in the comment section below if you missed the stream, like what it is that you like to talk about or any other videos. Doesn't have to be about crypto necessarily that you like me to make about. Would definitely love to, provide content that makes you guys happy. Anyone know if BTC broke its all-time high yet? I don't think so, because I'm asking y'all to like let me know if it hit over 69, but last I checked it was like still 68.4 or something. The highest I saw it at was 68.7, right? 68,760 or something like that. So I definitely still think it'll be before the end of today. I hope that it'll happen soon. I hope it's before the end of today, or at least before the end of today. I could see, I don't know, Shiba Inu go to like number 8 or number 9, maybe number 9. That sounds more likely. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. If I go to dinner, which is like in like 2 seconds. When I go out to dinner, you guys chat amongst yourselves, and then hopefully by the time I come back, we are celebrating about the fact that it already hit all-time high, and then hopefully another new high, because statistically, after a recent high, let's say in the S&P 500, or as you guys know, Nvidia hitting a new all-time high, or when Tesla way back when hit its all-time high, usually there's higher highs incoming because all the money that is going to be FOMOing in. So we'll see what happens, right? Right when it hits over that 69 mark for crypto, for Bitcoin. I wonder if it will right away go to like 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, Lord knows what. We'll do a poll later. But yeah, so I'm gonna peace out. I swear I will be back in a bit. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. See you guys soon. I'm not leaving. I am leaving, but you guys can chat. Okay. BRB. Hi. I can't believe you guys are still here. So hilarious. I went out to dinner, so that was way longer than anticipated, but love life, love Bitcoin. Hi there, Bangkok Bert. Okay, let me read. What were you guys chatting about earlier? Let me see if my light is back on. Okay. I think it's better, but maybe not fully charged. Say hello to my light. Hold on. Okay, that's much better. Lighting needs to be good when making videos, and something I took a little too long to learn. Play my Kathy Wood again. So I'm still gonna be working. I'm still gonna be working while doing the chat with you guys. But yeah, Bitcoin unfortunately still did not hit over $69,000, but Ethereum is looking really good right now. I just looked right before I came back, and I mean, I was like over dinner, I was like nonstop looking at my portfolio and looking at all of the cryptos, even the ones that I don't have. And right now, this is Ethereum, 3,696, getting really, really close to $4,000, which still would not be enough because the old all-time high was like 4,800. On Robinhood it's showing 4,600, but I remember it was like basically $5,000. So once Ethereum is over $5,000, that's when I believe the run-up will like truly happen for ETH. And possibly the run-up is happening right now for BTC if it would just go over 69, and then I'm curious what will happen. I mean, maybe some people who like, I don't know, have massive paper hands. I don't know who would buy it at 69 back in 2021. I mean, I'm sure there are people who bought it at 69,000, but if you bought it at 69,000 back in 2021 for like a Bitcoin, why would you then wait 2.5 years just to sell your Bitcoin at 69,000? So I don't know. It really doesn't make sense to me, but you do you. I hope that there wouldn't be like a massive drop, but maybe there would be. I don't know. We'll find out. So many people still sidelined. Hey, yo, how was your food? It was good. It was good. I mean, I'm trying to limit the amount that I eat. So I mostly just ate like some vegetable and meat. Like, I think my cousin taught me this when I was like going on a diet when I was like 16 years old. So it kind of stuck with me. I'm not really even sure if it is a Japanese diet, but she told me it's like a Japanese diet where you or like a type of Japanese diet probably created by some girl out there. But the way of being on this girl diet is like you go out and eat, or like anything I eat, I try to avoid. It's like about combinations. So basically if I choose to eat like vegetables, then I'll pair it with meat. But then I won't add carbs to that. But then if I'm eating like rice, then I will mix it with vegetables, but then I won't add meat to it. So it's kind of like a combination thing where she's like, oh, if you're already eating meat, then don't eat more carbs, right? Because then like the meat is going to be enough to like sustain you, but you still need your vegetables. But either way, it's like either vegetable and rice or vegetable and meat. So like that's kind of the pairing. And I personally prefer like more vegetable and meat. So that's just kind of like the little mini diet that I stick with, but I still eat like a lot of candy. I know I shouldn't, but it's so good. I'll try not to drink anything today. Like yesterday, you guys saw me break out. I actually didn't finish that bottle. I was drinking like a jasmine honey tea. So I'm not gonna do that today because I'm not gonna lose my double chin by drinking all of the sweet drinks. And I think I did 100 sit-ups. I can't remember if I actually did 100 squats. That's the only thing I've committed myself to, just 100 squats a day. Sorry, I'm gonna stalk you guys on what you talked about earlier. BTC to 1 million, Luke's car and stocks. I want to pump, then stabilize for a bit, Ruination says. Yes, I brought back I don't know if Chill Chinchillity is still here, but the cha-ching machine is for when people send me super chats. So feel free. When you make your millions, send me the biggest super chat you've ever seen in your life. I think the biggest super chat I've ever gotten was like $50 or 100. I don't think I've gotten 500. I don't know if 500. I'm pretty sure there is $500. Anyone know if BTC broke all time high yet? Nope. Send me some money. You send me some money. Okay, cha-ching. Thank you, Ruination. I know I'm not like saying I'm like obese or anything. Like I'm not cuckoo. But I just want, like, I know what I want, and I think I just want to get more fit. And then the squats are specifically for the derriere. So I want to work on that. And then I don't know, maybe it's because I take so many pictures and videos and I try to do like so many TikToks that it's the angles. Like if I have a camera, right now my camera is kind of below eye level, which I don't like. But if you usually want to take pictures that are more like less likely to, I don't know, make you have a double chin, you want to go high. So I think because I take so many videos and I don't always, even though I bought a tripod for myself and I haven't really used it that often, it's somewhere. I bought a really tall tripod because if you have like a shorter tripod, then it's going to have that angle again. So I think I'm going to be less self-conscious if I always just like had a really, really tall tripod and all my videos were taken from like above the eye, like angle, like downwards like that. But then because I take a lot of videos like this, I always feel like I have a double chin, or like when people take pictures when you take a group picture or whatever. So I'm just really self-conscious about that. I'm less self-conscious than when I was like a teenager. I remember I had a best friend at the time when I was like 14 or 16, and then she posted this picture where I had like a little mini double chin, and I got so mad at her, and I started to post pictures of her with like pimples on her face. Then we both just got really mad at each other, and then we both took it off at the same time. So kids will be kids. I'm gonna be working while I am hoping that BTC hits over 69K. Let me know in the chat once we get there, but I'm gonna be playing Kathy Wood and all her reasons for the coming Bitcoin surge. This was from 4 days ago. Or I think it's probably from 2024. Hi there, Pamela. Nice to see you. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. I'm so glad this is happening again. Yes, I'm glad that this is happening again, but I'm also hoping that some of us learn and we do better this year.
That it's an enormous
I'm going to be
opportunity. It will
over here
it will
listing
lower
my
the cost of
eBay, doing my work, but
dramatically.
I'm here. I'll come back and look at the chat.
So, you know, I know that Mary Barra at GM says zero congestion. That's just not true. We will get more congestion. It's just we will then take to the skies. And that's what started our air taxi work. So mobility for all kinds of things, delivery of food, you know, people and so forth, moving to the skies.
Yeah, the example I give is I want you to imagine, I mean, we will get rid of our cars, or if you're a 2 or 3 family car, family, you know, in 2 or 3 cars in your family, you'll get, you know, rid of a couple and leave one. I imagine you're at breakfast, you're getting up from breakfast with your kids, you're walking towards the front door, your AI knows your calendar, knows your schedule, is watching you walk towards the front door. It knows that you didn't sleep much the night before, and it pulls up in front of your house is an autonomous Tesla or Uber or whatever it may be, with a lie down bed in the back, right? Taking you where you need to go. It will be seamless, and you'll never have to ask. It'll be, the term I use is automagical, right?
And there will be lots of different form factors, as you say, some for sleeping, some for entertainment, some for office, study work, you know.
And my numbers are that an electric autonomous car will be 4 times cheaper than car ownership. I'm not sure if you...
Who in here actually has, I think they're talking about like autonomous driving and EVs and basically like AI just being input in everything. But who in here actually has an EV? I do not. I'm just curious if you guys all have like a Tesla. Sorry, just random.
You go further than that.
Yeah, we have it really being a third of person, including everything, and you'll see that in our big ideas and in our study as well, because insurance, depreciation, maintenance, all of that. So we've got it at roughly a third, yes.
But it's probably 4x if you include productivity time.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I was going to say something else, just lost it, but yeah.
Well, I'll say the thing that's interesting is that the poorest people on the planet will be chauffeured around most
Yes.
efficiently,
Isn't
right?
that
It's
wonderful?
a leveling of the playing field.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when people denigrate technology as creating the great divide, I just ask them, okay, do you think the cell phone?
I don't think technology creates the greatest divide in the world. I think it's just money and people's choices with money. It's not even money. I feel like this is just totally off topic, but I feel like money divides people because people choose for it to be divided. Like, for example, I don't think that Elon Musk cannot be friends with somebody who works at McDonald's or whatever. You totally can, as long as both parties are good-hearted. One could be a billionaire, one could work at McDonald's and have less than $1,000 in their bank account. As long as the two agree to do things that they pay for themselves, like if they decide to eat at McDonald's and hang out as friends, they're paying for themselves, then that can come to an agreement. Obviously, the person who works at McDonald's may not be able to afford a meal at like Nobu or whatever. I think it's more of the choices that people make to make it seem like we can't all be friends if we're from like different socioeconomic classes. I think that's like a human problem, not so much like everyone has to have the same amount of money or like a similar amount of money to be friends. I definitely disagree with that, but that's just me.
Bringing the world together hurt people at the lower. No, it helped them enormously. I remember when I lived in Ireland, which I did as a child.
Oh,
I
did not know that.
remember how important learning about their.
One of my close friends just went to Ireland recently, and she says it's beautiful, so I want to check it out too. Did not know Kathy was from there.
Rest of the world was. There weren't any TVs in the households when I lived there. That was a long time ago. And it was a very rural part of Ireland. And so when one person got a TV and got to see how the rest of the world lived, transformed their lives. And the same thing happened with cell phones and smartphones, right?
Yeah, and now the fact that you can make a video call effectively for free if you're on Wi-Fi just continues to blow my mind.
I know.
Do what's right for you.
Earlier
Yes.
This year, and we could talk about Tesla.
Diego asked, is it too late to invest? Again, I cannot give you guys financial advice. I am not a licensed professional in finance, but I will tell you, even though everything is entertainment purposes only, I think it's never too late to invest depending on what you want to invest. And you better really know what you're investing in. And there has to be good reasons beyond just everybody else is getting it. That's what I think.
GM or other Waymo, earlier this year when Tesla replaced 300,000 lines of C++ code.
And to add to that, I feel like the reason why I say it's never too late to invest is because if we look back, like this moment in time where I do also feel like I am too late into NVIDIA, I don't even want to be in PayPay anymore. So I'm too late to NVIDIA is what I feel like. I'm too late into Bitcoin. Like I'm not buying a Bitcoin right now at like $68,000. The way that I'm feeling right now, and I just cannot help myself, this is just my human nature. The way that I'm feeling right now, 10 years from now, though, like somebody who's, I don't know, 8 years old that turns 18 10 years from now will probably be like, okay, I wish I was old enough and I was 18 in 2024 and that I could have bought Bitcoin at like the cheap price of $68,000. So that's kind of how I view it. It's nobody can really say that anybody is late. It all comes down to how long you live. Oh, thank you so much. You pull out my sound machine. Thank you so much. 69-year plan. Are you new here? I don't remember ever saying the word 69-year plan. But hello. I hope you are subscribed if you're not already. All of you guys that are in here, smash the like button. This is Living with Luci. I don't always make live streams all the time for crypto, but I have a feeling that will occur a few times as things are climbing up. I don't want to make a live stream, I think, when things are going down. I know I did that for DOGECOIN in 2021, but that time. So I don't think I'm going to do those. So I'm going to be a positive live streamer for crypto. So you'll see me usually when things are doing well. Okay. And when I have time and when I'm multitasking. but this might be the longest live stream ever, but appreciated. And huge thanks to those of you guys that helped get my subscriber count up and chose to subscribe. Also, check out my links down in the description below if you're new here, so you can follow me on all my other platforms in case we get disconnected. I remember when Doge Luci existed. just make that up now. Long time no see. Hope you are still good. Hi there, Stizzy Jones. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I feel like honestly, even though I'm doing a live stream now with like crypto doing well, I've been honestly good for the last 6 months because I've kept myself very busy growing my little small business that I created. So yeah, happy with it. And I know I don't share with you guys just because I like to keep certain things private. I don't want to mix like my e-commerce platform, like my eBay and all these other platforms that I have where I sell anonymously online various items with this world of like YouTube, because I love you guys and I know there's wonderful people that want to support me, and maybe I'm already selling you things but you don't know it's me. Either way, like I love the fact that you guys want to support me and I've gotten the DMs, but I just can't share it because if I share it, eventually I don't even share it with my own friends. They don't even know my accounts because I feel like once it gets out to one person, it can get out to multiple people. And the next thing you know, my hater has it. And then I send out an item and I get back a rock. So I don't really want to deal with that. So just being safe. So thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's play it back to Hollywood, and I'm gonna do more of my listings as I'm chatting with you guys.
Basically,
And
large language
hopefully we
model.
can see Bitcoin over 69 tonight,
That was amazing, and
or just a
you know,
new Shiba Inu
and
price. I don't know.
I love using self-driving on my Tesla. It it scares me on occasion, but it works really well.
Saylor is laughing his
98%
head
of the time.
off.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is.
Great statistics around this.
Pamela
you
says
know,
invest
I'm
only in what you can afford to lose.
shocked when I go to
Highly agree.
conferences now, and if they're on the conservative side of things, I'm seeing this anti-EV vehicle, but you present anyone with these facts and you understand why this is going to take off. So this is a measure of safety. How many miles between accidents for the average car on the road?
No idea.
Don't know.
Now this is on surface street driving, not highway. Okay, so surface street, the hardest, 190,000 miles on average.
Okay.
In a Tesla without FSD, that number is roughly 600,000 miles. In a Tesla with FSD, it is 3.2 million miles.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. So
That's crazy. It's crazy that we have these. I mean, these are just estimates, statistics on like how many miles are driven before an accident happens, but only under 200 miles and an accident happens. That's really, honestly, that's pretty sad. Yeah. I recently thought about that and like humans and driving, and it's unfortunate, but I'm kind of glad that AI is taking over, and I know it could be scary. I know Elon Musk wants to protect everybody, and there's a lot of people who, besides Elon Musk and regular folks, that are very worried for a right reason that AI might go into the wrong hands, and this could all just end very badly for humankind. But I definitely think the whole car situation is a huge lesson on why we do need some guidance with AI, like, and with, for example, if all the cars are EVs, and I know that's also could be a huge problem if you watched what is that movie with Julia Roberts on Netflix, The End of the World, or This Is the End, or whatever, The End of the World. And then basically imagine everything is controlled electronically, and if things were hacked, then it would be pretty dangerous, right? When all our cars are controlled all at once. Whereas if it can't be controlled electronically, then you wouldn't be able to be hacked in the same way. So there's those security measure issues. But if we have enough security, hopefully at Tesla or any other company overall, and just basically in America and any other country you're in, hopefully you guys have like a good defense system. In that sense, having more EVs on the road still makes me feel more safe than, just regular ICE vehicles.
Oh, Yeah, again, this is how Volvo made its brand and its name was
Sure.
safety.
Sure.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled by it. And then, as you said, in addition to our electric autonomous cars, the other thing that convergence is enabling, of course, an autonomous autonomous Tesla is a convergence play. I think about the convergence play on eVTOLs, which I hate that term, electric vertical takeoff or landing. I'm going to call them flying cars.
Yes.
Flying
Air
cars.
taxis.
Air taxis. Okay. That's extraordinary and coming soon. And the price point, I was speaking to the CEO of Archer, and their goal is the price point for a pilot and 4 paying passengers is the same as taking an Uber drive.
Yes, pretty much everything has AI in it right
it's
now.
going to be here sooner than I think people imagine. Of course, we have to get the regulators in gear here. That's
ETH is now
going to
above
be the
3,700.
because I
I mean,
think we're
we knew that was
almost
going to happen,
there,
but I
Peter, in
just got that
terms of-
notification.
we did the study on getting from
Oh my God.
Manhattan to JFK for roughly the same. For roughly the same.
I'll pause Kathy for a second, but okay. Doge did a little mini dip right now. Doge is currently at 18.9, still up 15% for the day. And she did a little mini dip right now too. It's currently at 0.0004092 and still up 53% for the day. So can't really complain. Honestly, last night after I think I did a stream with you guys yesterday too, right? Yeah. After I did my stream, I was about to go to sleep and I kept looking at my phone. And then I realized I started to go downwards. And honestly, this morning when I woke up, I was kind of shocked that it bounced back so quickly. So my watch got my hair caught. I don't expect it to be even this good in the future where okay, you're up by 50% for most of your portfolio or most of the crypto that you're invested in, and it dips just a tad bit, and then by nighttime the next day it'll be up again. Definitely that is not my experience in 2021 that I remember 2020. So you definitely want to brace yourselves, especially if you're new here, that it's not going to be unicorns, butterflies, rainbows every single day and to the moon emojis, rocket signs all over X. We're going to have to eventually brace ourselves for a few days that are like, WTF, what's happening? Is this it? Is this buy the rumor, sell the news? Is it over? And then hopefully that was not the end. But I'm preparing myself for that because that's very, very likely. I think these couple of days has just been absolutely insane. But there's no guarantee right now. Okay, Doge and SHIB is kind of taking a dip, but Ethereum is at 3,700 now. Check it out. 3,718, folks. Pretty crazy stuff, but it's only up 6.74%. So nothing. It's literally nothing compared to all of the gains of the meme coins. Now I'm gonna look at, let's go on CoinMarketCap. I don't know where dog with hat is. I can't even say it. Dog with hat. Sorry, not dog with hat. Oh, okay. So with the drop, now Doge is back down to 9. But at least we got to 7 today. Doge is back down to 9. Shiba Inu is back at 10. I think it was always at 10. No, it was always at 10. On the CoinMarketCap. Let's see. Bitcoin is still at 52.83% dominance. Which I'm just gonna tell you my estimate. I think that will go down. I think as much as Bitcoin is great, and this is literally carrying up the rise with the BTC halving, I think after the BTC halving, it'll chill a bit. It obviously will hit all-time highs, I think, before the BTC halving. I still think it could happen tonight or tomorrow. But I think the dominance will trickle down, even though obviously Michael Saylor will probably disagree and a lot of BTC maxis. But I personally feel, on my totally biased opinion, because I have 0 BTC, I think the BTC dominance will go down. Not ever lower than 25% though. But I do hope that it goes to let's say 30-ish%. So then some of that capital can come out and go towards Ethereum, maybe Doge. some other cryptocurrencies. Yeah, so pop around. That's my biased little opinion. ICP at number 20, Litecoin number 19. Honestly, Litecoin is not doing much, but still at number 19. Litecoin fluctuates like crazy. I remember that. Bitcoin Cash too. XLM, wow, still on the chart, number 30. What else do I recognize? PayPay is at 39. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't. I'm done. I'm not even going to look for where dog with hat is. Just going to charge my phone. It's been looking at the charts too long, but I'll work. Listen to Kathy Wood and update me if we actually reached Bitcoin all-time high. I wish I could tell like my Alexa that to remind me, but it's not that smart yet.
Cost as a taxi. I think we're almost there now. I mean, technically we're almost there now. Of course, it has to scale to make sense. You won't go straight down to the taxi rate right away because of the massive amount of convenience. And you know, these companies do have to earn a rate of return for all of the investment that they've put in. But I think we're there now. They're just that we just need to scale it.
And of course, what's happening is we're seeing a regulatory arbitrage where companies are going to Saudi or Dubai or China or India because the regulators are more supportive, which is fine. But you know, the old adage for the FAA is we're not happy until you're not happy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting. We saw when we first started studying drones in 2014 when I founded ARC. I think Amazon was on its 9th generation drone. And at that time, this is 2014, the FAA would not let Amazon fly its drones outside on its own property. It had to be inside. And so they went to Hong Kong, India, as you say, UK, I think they went, on Australia. I mean, it's, and of course the same thing has happened with crypto, you know, broadly. You know, a lot of talent has left this country, and a lot of the asset managers in Europe don't even want American customers because of our regulators.
Yeah. I see that, and when I'm coaching entrepreneurs, you know, I'm like, please take your vision beyond the U.S. borderline. You know, it's interesting. I was Kai-Fu Lee. I'm sure you know Kai-Fu out of Innovations in China, and I used to take a group of
Kai-Fu Lee
investors.
I feel like I know who Kai-Fu Lee is. I think I just recently watched like a bunch of YouTube videos on Kai-Fu Lee. Hold on. Is he? I'm going to test my memory. I think Kai-Fu Lee is the guy who helped start up things with Apple and then went to Google to be like a Google CEO in China, or maybe he was just always working for Google and I forgot. But Kai-Fu Lee. Yes, I got it. Kai-Fu Lee is a Taiwanese businessman, computer scientist, investor, and writer. He is currently based in Beijing. And okay, where he went to Carnegie Mellon University in 1988. He wrote books on AI superpowers. That's where I know him from. Watched some really long AI video, I think from Frontline, which I highly recommend. But where was his positions? Does it say where he worked? Google Scholar. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he worked. Scratch that. I don't think he ever worked for Apple. Maybe he did. I don't know. Don't quote me.
Shenzhen and
But for sure,
Shanghai
Google.
and Beijing to go meet the Chinese companies and entrepreneurs. And I remember
Shiba is exploding today, so
Number
you can
one
sell your sheep
was
soon. Flo J
the
says
work-life
yes.
balance was, their
I'm still
motto was
down though.
996, which is your
Yes.
I'm
right,
still down
9
despite
a.m. to 9
holding
p.m.,
on
6
to
days a
my
week. The second
sheeps
thing
when it was
the
absolutely
Chinese
useless.
entrepreneur looks at the 1-point-something billion Chinese market and the 300 million US market, while the US entrepreneurs are basically just
I still have a
looking at the
long
US
way to
market.
go for my sheeps.
And it's a big world.
Not a
out
long
there.
way to go, actually, just a little bit. But
with porous
now that
borders,
I
and
waited so
sometimes
long, I would
regulations
like it to
allow you
drop a
start,
0 or at least 2x from this
faster
point.
elsewhere. And
Then I'll be happy.
you know, in the biotech world in particular, because we humans are all the same, globally.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd love to get your thoughts, Peter, on China and GPUs. Do you think that the sanctions that the U.S. has placed on China will embolden them to become much more creative and focused on getting their own GPUs, much like in the 80s when we banned Japanese cars from the US, or certain kinds of cars, or put enormous tariffs on it? It encouraged Japan to become the highest quality, because at the time they were junk, the highest quality, most innovative auto companies in the world.
I have no question at all, for a multitude of reasons.
Wow, I did not know that at one point Japanese cars were junk. What? I guess ever since I was a kid, I was always told Japanese cars are the way to go, and Japanese cars are great, so much better than all the other cars from like China or like Korea. So that's still what I'm being told right now. But who knows? Maybe times are changing later on. That's crazy that I guess before, because of the tariffs placed on Japan and their cars weren't good, and then they like went, I guess, hardcore and then ended up with awesome cars. I don't know. I feel like for me, I just put so much faith in the Japanese people. Like, I've never actually been to Japan, but I just hear such great things from people who have gone and stay there that I put them on, like, I put every single human being from Japan like on a pedestal. Like, it's really weird, but I pretty much just think that they are like a group of people who will just treat the world nicer because they clean up, and like in schools they're taught to like clean. I don't know, I've seen videos where like they clean the restrooms. Like, American students aren't going to do that.
The Chinese will invest, and I was talking to some of my friends who run large language model focused AI companies today, and their belief is that China's LLMs are at or above the GPT-4 level already, and will be. And one of the things that the Chinese companies have as advantages are a government that puts their finger on the scale and creates regulatory reforms to support them, and causes capital to flow in. So there are very few.
By the way, appreciate all of you guys that have smashed like button. A lot of you.
America does
Please make sure
well.
to subscribe if you're not already. Absolutely free to do so. Japan has attention to detail other countries lack. I think it's like a culture thing. I feel like
play big.
They are like that.
World,
They're taught like that. They were taught very well.
I think their property issues and just the massive over leveraging that took place over the 20 years after they entered the WTO, just buy the dip, leverage up, has come back to haunt them, and that they need to change the subject. So what I'm hoping is that it's not Taiwan, but that it is actually their own prowess in AI.
Everybody, I want to take a short break from our episode to talk about a company that's very important to me and could actually save your life or the life of someone that you love. You have Hornet love.
Sorry, I'm skipping.
Brain, it's data. The very now world for the.
I feel bad for skipping ads.
We had .com, that CEO.
I want to listen to Kathy Wood. Okay, there we go.
Digital super intelligence. The first thing I'll say.
Thanks, Pamela.
We passed the Turing test without anyone noticing a long time ago, right? So hey, everybody, did you notice we passed the Turing test 1,000 times over in the last couple of years, or the last year at least? AGI, you put out a beautiful curve that looks at people's predictions of when we're going to have human level intelligence, right? In 1999, Ray Kurzweil famously predicted 2029, pretty ballsy, 30 years out to predict a single year, and
they
not
thought he was
change his
crazy.
prediction. Thought he was crazy, impossible. Yeah. It's 100 years out, it's 50 years out. And so what did that curve you put out say?
So it said, as recently as 2019, so that's 30 years after, was it? He put it out in 99, did you say it was?
Yeah, 1999, yes.
So okay, 20 years later, in 2019, futurists, these aren't just normal, forecasters of technology, but actual futurists. It's a survey. Brett Winton, our chief futurist,
and AI focused futurists as well.
Exactly. So 2019, those futurists said AGI was 80 years away. Today, 8 years away. So Ray, and if they continue to make the same forecasting error, it could be 3 to 4 years away. And there you go. Ray may have hit it on the mark.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Nailed it. And we'll celebrate him in 2029. Elon's predictions have been between 2025 and 2028. And he said, basically, listen, Ray got it right. And of course, the question.
Wait, so I guess Elon said that, I think they're saying that Elon said AGI is 2025 to 2028. Like that's when it'll happen. And basically AGI, my understanding of it is just that it's supposed to be a human like thinking robot, right? Like it's artificial intelligence that is so intelligent that it can think for itself. Like it's like a human. But I feel like if that is the case and they're as sneaky as some human beings could be, or if this AGI, the first one to be, and it has a personality or it can think for itself, if it is like humans, I don't think it will allow us to discover it. So how can we know that it has been created if it's a vicious one, or at least one that doesn't want to be discovered? Just saying, like it could exist, and it could exist. What if it already exists? What if somebody already created it in their basement and they just don't want the world to know because they want to protect it? Just random thoughts.
Becomes, all right, and so what? We have human level AI, because I still think of much of the AI systems that I'm using right now in their focused area are much better than humans. It's just we don't have a generalized AI. But what happens next, of course, is where we have a singularity. We talk about a singularity is a horizon beyond which you can't predict what's going to happen next. And there's going to be an AI singularity when AIs are self-programming themselves. And when we get to digital superintelligence, because fine, if we have human level AI in 2029, by 2030, it's 2x, 4x, 10x, because the doubling time in the AI world in terms of algorithms, capital, compute has been less than Moore's law. It's been faster than Moore's law.
Yes,
Hi, the real tech geek. I remember you. Hi, Lucy. How are you? I'm still here after 2021. Yes, a lot of you guys are familiar names. I'm surprised. I don't have the greatest memory, so I'm glad that I actually recognize some of your usernames. I remember you. I'm really sorry to hear your main channel. Yeah, I know. You'll be back stronger than before. I hope so, with the help of you guys. So, for those of you guys that don't know, I used to have 35,000 subs. Now over here, I have, I think, just 6,500. So please help out if you want to support me and the channel. If you enjoy my videos, or you don't think it was that terrible, please subscribe and smash the like button. Greatly appreciate it. If you want to share my videos and this community with your friends and family, I'd also appreciate that. The internet itself can one day emerge as its own AI. Yeah. Like how we had GPS for 10, 20 years before the people got it. Yeah. Ruination. Agreed. I just think there's so much out there that other people have access to that we don't have access to, that we can't fathom. Because like with any great medicine or technology, there's always a moment in time where it's there, but the rest of the world doesn't know it, or even a small group of people do not know it. I was watching this video the other day about I think, what is it called? The $1 trillion equation. I think you can look it up. Basically, it's this equation that changes everything. I think it's like how also how options, when you buy in options in the stock market, how options is calculated, like the pricing for options. But this concept or this certain calculation was created by somebody like a long time ago. 19 I want to say like before 1980s for sure. And they had kept it to themselves. They made a lot of money. And then eventually other folks came along, I think shared it, or tweaked it in different ways and shared it. But yeah, there's just definitely a lot of knowledge out there that people, or information that people want to keep to themselves, possibly even medicine that people keep to themselves, right? Like, God knows. But I have to have hope and be optimistic that even though AGI could be scary and technology going forward could be scary and scary and scarier, it could also be better and better for the world. Because when looking back, and I talked about this like on previous live streams, if I had to choose, and as much as people say like, oh, social media is bad for you, watching too much Netflix or YouTube is bad for you, like there's all these, with every innovation there's always going to be complaints, and with everything that we do in life there's always going to be people who complain about it or drawbacks, and unfortunately bad things that happen due to advancement in technology or the growth of it, because you have to have mistakes and then people fix those mistakes, like back then when we had cars and there were no seatbelts and then people died and we learned that you're supposed to have seatbelts. So all of that advancement is eventually going to occur, but I'd rather the world move forward than not backwards, because I think it really is a huge difference in like the safety of humans. Because I really think that cameras, like just simply like honestly having cameras around, and then having like cell phones and the ability to track stuff and the sharing of all of the information on the internet has solved more probably cases, whether it's in like crime or just solved more crime cases, prevented more cases than in the past, like in the 1800s when there's no cameras around, and then so there's a lot of bad people who did bad things and we couldn't find those bad people. So I always prefer, I think, technology than not, but I do think that privacy is also a huge concern.
Every 3 to 4 months. Forget about 18 months to 2 years. It's unbelievable, because AI training costs are dropping 75% per year. AI inference costs, according to our estimates and research, are dropping 85, 90% per year.
And the amount of capital going in now, what do you predict it at?
You mean the amount of capital
being invested into AI related compute companies and so forth? I mean, last year the prediction I think was like about 150 to 180 billion went in, and I just see this as a everybody's pouring capital in.
Yes, and so here is the question there that we're getting all the time: is this a bubble? And the way we are answering it is, no, this is not a bubble. There's something profound going on.
Electricity a bubble?
Exactly. Now is that you don't know, but we have been pulling away from NVIDIA mostly because we see how well understood that story is, and it is.
Oh my gosh, she pulled away from NVIDIA. I wonder what she feels today as it's going up to like
his
870.
Team. They have done so much of the heavy lifting.
It's okay. I still love Kathy Wood, but
as we've
you cannot get it right every time.
Level. Now, however, we're the companies in our portfolio that are hugely undervalued and not recognized.
Okay, so Kathy Wood pulled out of NVIDIA, and this was posted 4 days ago, so I'm sure she a while back, but I'm just curious how much, because I have been watching NVIDIA, I've been watching endless videos, also like just reading about NVIDIA, listening to podcasts on NVIDIA, listening to Jensen Huang talk like countless times. And now I want to know what you guys think. Do you think it will continue to rise higher? Basically, do you think it'll go over $1,000 this year? Okay, so that's my question. Will NVIDIA cross 1K this year? Yes or no? Your honest opinion. Because I know a lot of people that are buying it up like no tomorrow because they think it's going to hit like, I don't know, $1,500. But it's already like $1 trillion company. It's bigger than so many major companies put together. But this year, do you think it's going to go over $1,000? I mean, it's not far from it, but it's got to be bullish, very bullish for the next couple of weeks and months.
Or what AI is going to enable are those with deep domain expertise, and especially in one of your favorite areas, Peter, the multi-omics space. So deep domain expertise.
I don't know what multi-omics
AI
space
expertise.
is.
Take this seriously. This is going to determine winners and losers. Good distribution, whether
Oh my God,
alone or with
86% of you guys
partners.
think yes.
And then finally, most
I'm
important,
still not buying NVIDIA at these
harnessing that
prices though.
proprietary data.
But I wish
that
y'all luck.
a company has that nobody else has. So that's where we're spending a lot of our time.
You've got to wrap your arms around your data. What data do you want to collect? What data do you have? What data are you going to gather? For sure. So when I'm looking at ARK for investments in AI, is it the innovation fund? Is it the autonomous tech fund and robotics fund? Which ETF do you have most of your AI assets in?
Well, when we think AI, ARKW.
You're right, Ruination. If NVIDIA does a stock split, it'll go down, but then we can calculate for the prices of after the stock split, right? Meaning
industry and
for, let's say if it's 1,000,
if
you think
strategy has
it'll do a stock split and you think it'll go to 1,000, then therefore if it's 4 to 1, it'll go to 250.
Of AI in the multi-omics space, which is incredibly out of favor. I know, when
it's been a bloodbath. It's been a bloodbath.
Yes, when the
biotech
Hi,
stocks,
Eden.
yeah, and when the critic, shall I say?
Do I use any NVIDIA graphic cards? See, the thing is, Real Tech Geek, I'm sure you're much more wise in tech than I am. Hold on.
Recursion.
All I knew about NVIDIA, I swear to God, last year and the year before hearing about it, just slightly hearing about it, is just that they make the chips and they are like the shovels of a gold rush and that everybody should get it. And I didn't listen to it. And then now I watch like a billion videos about how every single thing, basically, from like science to commodities to trading stocks to mining crypto to video games, anything graphic-y, software is basically going to be dealing with like NVIDIA chips and also cars. So yeah, now I'm realizing how stupid it was that I didn't invest when it was cheaper last year. I don't know if my computer has an NVIDIA chip in it, but I'm assuming yes. It's a MacBook. I forgot what type of MacBook I have. The 2023 MacBook. I just bought an AMD 7900XTZ last month. See, that's just mumbo jumbo to me. But I know AMD, and I didn't invest in that either, but I heard it's doing well. And AMD is very undervalued. Yes. Also a chip maker, right? NVIDIA 360% has split its stock 5 times since the 2000s. Oh, sounds like it'll probably split again. The most recent split was July 2021 when the company issued a 4-for-1 stock split. Okay. I guess 2021, if that was the last one, it could do it again. It could do it again. 2024. Or maybe just the news of it doing a stock split will probably push it up. And then the actual stock split, unless they have terrible news. I think right now people are just questioning, like, will they be able to pump enough supplies? Like, will there be like supply chain issues with NVIDIA? I think that's right now like the biggest problem they could possibly have. So as long as they keep up with all the demand, they should continue to do well. But I feel like right now people have bought it like insanely just off of if you're a crypto believer or you just believe in Meta or any of these companies, Apple. As long as you feel like this tech boom continues to grow, then you kind of think of it as like the heart of the mission, right? Like you're going to need chips for everything and EVs
which, by
and
the
all
way,
that.
NVIDIA's venture firm
But we'll see.
owns.
I'm too scared to buy it right now.
And is very picky about what it owns too, especially in the life sciences space. They go crazy.
Oh,
they
sorry.
don't understand.
But with that being said, even though I'm too scared to buy right now and too broke to buy NVIDIA right now, if I ever have cash on the sidelines, I mean, not ever, I do plan on having cash on the sidelines. I plan on selling a bunch of crypto this year, and next year, or maybe all of it this year. So I don't even have to sell anything next year. I could just chill. But I do plan on, I mean, if I do have a lot of cash sitting on the sidelines, and if we do get into a huge depression in the US, which some people are thinking is going to happen, but if we get into a really, really bad stock market, I will put in some money in NVIDIA then. But I hope for the sake of all of us, we don't see that anytime soon.
They don't understand that recursion is, from a drug discovery point of view, getting superior results because of AI and because of NVIDIA.
Yeah, my friend who runs Insilico Medicine, which is another AI-driven drug discovery company. He was creating generative pre-trained transformers around molecule designs before it was a term. And it's amazing because all of a sudden drug discovery costs are collapsing. And what people don't realize is AI is the first act. Quantum is coming next. And it's going to, if people, I don't know how people are going to deal.
Lucy, keep an eye on it. If it splits, jump on it. I'll try. I mean, kind of need crypto to move up, and especially Shiba Inu, so I could get out of it. Tim H, I'm sure you've already answered this multiple times, but how much did you end up getting on your mom for holding your crypto too long? How much flack did I get from my mom? It was actually mostly from my dad. I don't know if I talked about that, but when I was doing those live streams and like drinking, not even champagne because I was too cheap. I'm still too cheap to have. I don't have any real champagne in the house. So fun fact, it's not actually champagne unless it's from France, right? But I was drinking cheap wine, I think, or wannabe champagne, bubbly. And I was like doing the live stream with you guys. And I'm like, I'm never going to sell my Dogecoin until it hits $1. I was doing all that fun stuff. And at the time, like my best friends called me, my dad called me, my mom called me. Everybody was just like, sell. And I didn't listen to it. So afterwards, it was mostly my dad that was like, I told you so. Like, just not a wise girl, which I agreed. But it's okay. I think now they're getting phone calls from me being like, how you like me now? And I'm just kidding. Or I'm not quite there yet. But I did tell them, I was like, it's going up. Like, I still regret it. I'm not going to say I was never wrong. I still admit that I was wrong. If I could go back in time, anybody that tells you that they are happy, the fact that they didn't sell their Bitcoin at 69 and then they hodled it to like low 30s or under 30 and then now they're waiting to come back is lying, because you miss out on all that opportunity of making money in between, or like throwing it into somewhere where it can get you interest, right? So there's so many opportunities. Oh my god, we're doing a massive dip right now. Oh no. Uh-oh. Sheep literally went from 4.4 to 3.3 right now. Okay, it's 3.5. It's coming back. Oh, so scary. And Doge went from 20, like actually 20 to 17. No, sheep. Don't do this to me. But yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think we're going to hit new all-time for sheep. Of course, that's my wishful thinking. I'd be very happy to see sheep at that level. Oh wait, I didn't look at Bitcoin. Sorry. How much is Bitcoin? Sorry, guys. I was hoping to do a stream until, Bitcoin hits a new all-time high, but it's looking like it's not happening today, at least, because that dip also affected BTC and Bitcoin's at 67. But I don't know. I feel like it could happen later at like 12 a.m. or something, or the next day when we're sleeping about Bitcoin. It's just so close today. 68, like 68.7 for God's sakes. I can't believe we couldn't go up another $300. What are you doing, Wales? What are you doing?
This month, and he was telling me that they're about to make some huge announcement in the quantum space as it relates to classical computing. And so I'm super excited. When quantum starts to become part of the infrastructure of our day-to-day lives, and we don't realize it, but things are just instant and magical, it's coming. And I think it's not, it's in the near term. It's within everybody's investment horizon and job horizon and leadership horizon, education horizon, and no one is getting us ready for it.
Yeah, just to jump back to the last point, because I think something, as we say, new discoveries and just kind of unlocking the code to life, death and disease, that is what's going on now, and this convergence between multi-omic sequencing and artificial intelligence. But one of the more practical things that I think astonish people who are in the research business, shall I say, is that the number, if we're right, the number of trial failures, and 90% plus of trials fade, 95% of trials they fail. That's going to drop by, we think, 75%. And that's going to be a huge unlock of resources. Very practical, huge unlock of resources.
And one of the reasons is you're going to select who's in your trial more accurately. One of the things people don't realize, when you're taking a drug that's been approved for a disease by the FDA, the percentage of people who have that disease for which the drug actually works is like under 20%.
Yes.
It's crazy.
What's very interesting, again, this is in big ideas, is if you look at the drugs that the FDA has approved for the proteome, now, today, it is only, they target only 4% of the proteome. We think with targeted protein degradators.
Oh no, everything's dumping.
Degradators and multi-omic sequencing, that is going to shoot up over the years. This is a slow moving because of regulatory, but to 56, 58.
It's okay. I say let it dump, because especially people who just got into crypto, they kind of have to learn their lesson. This is what happens when you buy it at the top. And also, you just have to get with the fluctuations. If you can't handle it, then you can't be in it. So I think it's bound to happen. I'm honestly I'm pretty chill, because I feel like this is nothing compared to watching Dogecoin go from 75 cents to 6 cents. If I can handle that, I can pretty much handle anything else. So
8%.
Let it ride.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things, I want to get to my favorite pet subject on human.
I'll be pretty pissed if Dogecoin goes back down to 6 cents this year, though.
The largest X prize ever, $111 million of capital.
Oh, wait. Chilligity says, I sold my 4K and she bought at 25. Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, now it's like it went to 40 something, right? Okay, so you sold 4K and she thought you bought at 25 like today, and sold it last hour. Oh, at 44.60. Congrats. Finally out of the red. So didn't want to wait. I only knew because of your live. Long live Queen Luci. I'm so glad. Hold on. That's such good news. I'm happy to see that people on my streams are actually selling and not just hodling. Where's my cheers? Congrats. I hope that's me soon, sometime soon. I could say the same thing about sheep, but I'd not buy at 25. It's so crazy to me that why did I do this? If I now in hindsight, yeah, I couldn't have done anything more dumb than I put in $50,000 into Shiba Inu at near the all-time high. And I was like, yeah, it's going to drop a 0. Why not? And now I'm still holding it back. When I could have just thrown that 50 grand, if I had the willpower and the self-control, which apparently I didn't, if I threw that in literally a month ago, how balling would I be right now? I would be able to go to Dubai, like in a fancy hotel. I think a fancy hotel in Dubai is like, is it like $10,000 a night or $5,000 a night? I don't know. It's very expensive. I don't see myself ever being able to afford that. So I'll try to just, I don't know if in that fancy hotel, I don't know what it's called, but I think there's a fancy hotel that I want to go to. I've never been to Dubai, by the way, but I really want to go to a hotel where you could see fish, like like the aquarium, like a fish from the aquarium downstairs. I think that's what it is. And you can like dine next to it. But then above you, I think they make you stay there. Like, you probably have to buy a room in order to dine there. That's what I heard. But I hope they change the rules because I'm too poor to actually get a room there. So I really just want to pay for dinner. I feel like I could eat like at fancy places. Yeah, it'll hurt like my wallet a bit, but I'm willing to dine at a really nice place just to experience the food and the views. But I really cannot justify paying $5,000. Like, even if there was actual fish, like a shark swimming next to me, you know? CPL, the foreign forex exchange dump, all those people taking out the loans just got bought. I don't know what you mean by that, but somebody explain in layman terms. Is it still dumping? Hey, Ziggy, what's the price of Bitcoin right now?
One Bitcoin is worth 67,430 US dollars, up 6% over the last 24 hours.
Boo. I mean, technically it's not that bad. It's only down 1,400 from like what, the all-time high of today. It's not that bad. I feel like the sheep drop is more depressing for the sheep people. The sheep people. And the Dogecoin drop is like nothing because honestly, I really didn't even think we would get to 18 today. I thought that would happen later this week. So I'm not bothered. Travel is cheaper now. Yes. So I actually have a friend that went to Dubai recently. They didn't stay in like a really expensive hotel. I think they're stayed at like, I forgot what name of the hotel, but a regular hotel. I think that's like a US chain. And it was like a couple hundred a night or like 100 something. So not like impossible. Sorry, I'm doing my eBay while I'm talking to you guys, while I'm waiting for crypto. So what's your opinion on Polygon Matic? I don't have any. That's my opinion. And I wish you luck with it. I wouldn't be that scared with it. It's not a meme coin. I had it once upon a time. Then I sold it for something else and never got it back. But no bad feelings against it. That's how I feel. And I also think Polygon Matic will probably go up with the rest of the market once we're on another bull run trajectory.
For the team that could reverse loss of function in muscle, immune, and cognition by 20 years or more. All right. So we have 300 teams. Hopefully we'll get to 1,000 teams competing for this X Prize. It's funded out of Saudi and out of the US. But what folks don't realize is, we've all accepted death at like 80, 90 years old. It's like just the way it is. And, there are species on this planet, bowhead whales that live to 200 years and Greenland sharks that live to 500
But there's sharks
years,
and whales.
Ups at 200 years. And the question is, why can they and why can't we? And when I was in medical school years ago, for me,
their conversation is starting to remind me of Brian Johnson, the millionaire that's transfusing like blood and taking like a bunch of supplement pills and eating very, very healthy. I watched like a whole video. You guys should definitely check it out. It's on YouTube. I think it's called The Hard Reset is the YouTubers that interviewed him and then try to do Brian Johnson's workout diet, like a portion of it, because obviously you need a lot of money to actually do what he does. And their conversation is now starting to remind me of it. Of course, humans would compare themselves to whales and like sharks that can live longer and turtles possibly, but we're not turtles and we're not animals and we're very different. But I understand the want to live forever, because when I was a kid, like I was literally, I think 7 or 8 years old when I started to ponder, probably even prior to that, like the point of life, how long one shall live, and why we can't live forever. And the wanting of like all my family members to like live forever. I thought about that for like many, many years. I still do think about that. But I think it's the balance in life is like to want to try to prolong life and advance medicine so that people don't have to die of unfortunate diseases, but then also not. Someone just say Vampire Diaries. I love Vampire Diaries. I need to rewatch it, but they got rid of it from Netflix. Anyways, I think life is a balance of wanting to advance in medicine and science so that we can prolong our lives. If for those of us that want to live for like 200 years, but also not kind of in order to just do that, not have any fun in life. You know, like I could eat crazy healthy, just like Brian. I could just enjoy my life. So I'd rather, but I really admire, I guess his willpower. Yeah, I really admire his willpower. I feel like this dude could do anything because if he could do that, like, yeah, you could do anything.
The realization was it's either a hardware problem or a software problem. And we're going to be able to eventually solve it. I think this is the decade that we have the tools to
Smash like, by the way.
Why we age,
And
how
subscribe.
to slow it, how to stop it, how to reverse it.
I'm not even
And
looking at my
talk about
portfolio right now
impact
because I'm worried
on
it's like
society.
just dips
Right.
so hard.
Imagine if at 70, 80, 90, you had the energy when you had it.
Someone's like living forever sounds
Right, there's a
terrifying.
study at Harvard, David Sinclair did that said adding just one
I started to
year
feel like
of
that
health
as I got older.
to the U.S. population is worth $38 trillion. I have to track those numbers down. I mean, Google it. That's insane.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that. I had when you were mentioning the whales, I was thinking, okay, cold baths. That's definitely one of the reasons, right?
I think it has to do with their particular genes that allow them to detect and slay cancers. I mean, but we've now got the tools to go and reprogram ourselves, right? The tools around CRISPR and around gene editing,
Absolutely.
and gene therapies.
Absolutely. And what's so interesting in the traditional financial world, we own all of the CRISPR, pretty much all of the major CRISPR stocks, and yet, and we get questions like, "Why do you own those?" There's no EBITDA there because this is so new, just approved by the FDA for beta thalassemia and sickle cell disease. That's CRISPR Therapeutics and Vertex. This is what I'm talking about. We talked about it at the beginning of this Spaces and podcast.
Oh my God, it's at 65?
In the
No.
traditional financial world, not willing to invest in the future.
Okay.
Isn't that something?
I mean, I don't have any
What
Bitcoin,
is
so I don't really
investing?
care.
In fact, when I started,
I don't have any Bitcoin. I don't want to be cold, but I don't have any Bitcoin, so I don't care if it goes to 65 or even 60. But remember, if you are new to crypto, just go and look back at all the charts you can find back in 2020, 2021. It did not go straight line up from 2020 to 2021. 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. It was a long time from actual Bitcoin hope and movement that started in October of 2020, and then many, many ups and downs until the new all-time high of $69,000 that occurred in November of 2021. So this little thing that it's doing from 68 to 65 is trash. It's child's play. Like, it's nothing. If anything, I wouldn't be shocked if in 5 minutes it goes to 60,000 or 55.
ARC, and I was trying to explain to someone not in the financial business why I.
But let me know if it goes to 60. LOL.
He ended up replaying it back to me, and he said, "Oh, you mean the future of investing is investing in the future?" And I said, "Yes, bingo, because these benchmarks are all about the past, right?"
Yeah, and by the way, I think the old economic systems and theories and practices have all broken. I think they've all if I had more time, I'd write an economics book. because the old economics don't bear witness to what's going on today.
Well, I think that there are many economic theories. I think the right one is the Austrian school, and that people who understand the world from that angle are making sense of all of this. But I agree that, and I also agree that regulation and government policy is typically in the way.
The theme I love is the best way to predict
The dump
future is
before the
create
pump
yourself.
before the crash.
And one of the things that you're
Yeah,
doing,
pretty much.
you're investing, I'm doing
Let's
through
hope
my investing.
The crash
companies
doesn't
I'm
happen
starting
until like
is,
2025
let's
though.
make this happen. Let's not moan about it. Let's not worry about it. Let's actually go and solve. The truth will win out.
You guys have intrigued me. I will check.
I'll
check just how bad it is.
Cannot solve. And the best way to become a
Oh,
billionaire is help a billion
It's
people.
not even,
And
I'm
those
seeing
convergent,
66,000.
principles uplift humanity
400. It's
in a
like
beautiful
already
way.
kind of bouncing back.
And I think as
XRP
you
is only
say,
64.
as far
Oh
as
my
human
God.
longevity, just
Yeah, it's
use
not that
first
bad.
principles thinking. Just because something has been done one way for 100 years, think automobile production, doesn't mean that's the way it should be in the future. That's what Elon has done, and has helped many people understand, wait a minute, can I think about this in a different way? And that's good. Just challenging conventional wisdom. Again, the more that happens, the more what you are saying is going to prove to be correct. Truth will win out.
Yes, I mean, there's so many subjects to go on. How do you make short-term trades on these waves of exponentials? What's your thesis there?
Yeah, we get all kinds of questions on this, as you might imagine, especially anytime we sell Tesla or
Alt is bleeding.
NVIDIA. So
Not that bad. I don't know what happened to PayPay though.
In high conviction names,
I think if something's going to crash right now, it'll probably be PayPay.
We believe going to deliver us our minimum hurdle rate of return, which is 15% at a compound annual rate over 5 years. So on average per year, 15%. Like a Tesla.
Oh, Coinbase, it went to 60. Okay, 65. Gotcha.
So much more than that.
Robinhood, I still see it at 66 right now.
We will when it goes through a massive move to the upside. Last year, at one point, it was up 150%, and we started taking profits because guess what? Some of these multi-omics names were getting crushed, and we needed, when you have only 100% to work with, you need to trade around ideas. So take some of those profits from something that's up 150% and buy something that is down 15% in the same year. Sell high, buy low, kind of a very basic investment tenet. Now, does that mean Tesla leaves our top 5? No. In fact, it's still number 2. Coinbase in our flagship fund is number 1 because of the massive move that it has had, and you'll see us taking profits there as well. So
I want to move to Bitcoin in a second, but I want to ask you another question. So, I mean, I just have to imagine that Elon will become the first trillionaire. I have no way of not imagining that.
I think he will, and we have to get the court system out of determining CEO pay. Shareholders, we were among the 73% of shareholders who voted for that pay package, just delighted with it, saying, wow, if he really will not take a salary, will not take a bonus until he, minimum doubles the share price, and then takes the stock up and revenue up and EBITDA up by as much as these 12 tranches of, if he does that, the stock is going to go crazy. And it did. It went up 13-fold. And they're using some.
If only he had performed over the last decade or so.
Oh my gosh! Think about that. That is. They were using some very esoteric legal fairness clause, and it was like, are you kidding me? That was so fair to shareholders, taking no pay, everything in options. all on the come, all on performance. If more CEOs were like that, we'd have a much stronger economy, much better performing companies.
Yeah, without question. Hey everyone, I want to take a quick break from this episode to tell you about a health product that I love and that I use every day. In fact, I use it twice a day. It's Seed's DS-01 Daily Symbiotic. Hopefully by now you understand that your microbiome and your gut health are one of the most important modifiable parts of your health. Your gut microbiome is connected to everything: your brain health, your cardiac health, your metabolic health. So the question is, what are you doing to optimize your gut? Let me take a moment to tell you about what I'm doing. Every day, I take 2 capsules of Seed's DS-01 Daily Symbiotic. It's a 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic formulation that supports digestive health, gut health, skin health, heart health, and more. It contains 24.
I'm like listening to an ad. I'm like, what am I listening to? Okay. So Ruination said, honest thought on Musk. I'm always honest when I talk about Elon Musk. And my honest opinion is, I think he is one of the most interesting people in the world. Also, I think Taylor Swift is up there for me. So if I had to meet anyone in the world, I would want to set them both down and do an interview with both Taylor Swift and Elon Musk. And also, I think I'd really love to see the both of them talk, like, to each other, because I think they're very cryptic people. I think that Elon Musk, I personally believe, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I personally believe that I am a Swiftie. Got a problem with that? Elon Musk, I personally think that he is good-hearted. I really do think he is, and also Taylor Swift. I don't think I would want to meet someone who is bad-hearted. But anyways, I seriously believe that Elon Musk is just a good-hearted person who, because of his carelessness for how, I think everyone still cares about what they think about him. So I think like he would prefer it if people liked him than dislike him. I mean, that's just human nature. But I think there's also a part of him that probably sees life as like, if you don't like me, but I think I'm doing the right thing, then I don't care that you don't like me. So therefore he pisses off a lot of people, which I kind of understand. But then again, with all that being said, I think he's interesting. I think he's intelligent. I think he's, at the end of the day, good-hearted. There are lots of rumors about him. There's lots of things about him that people say they don't like him for this, and that reason. And I'm not going to defend that because I don't know him. Like, I don't, and even if he was a friend, I think even if you find out that people don't like your friend because your friend did this, and that, we'd all like to believe that we know our friends enough that we know every detail about them and like every thought about them. But I think this applies to everybody. I think at the end of the day, when things happen to your friends or to your family, only they themselves really know. And we can only make an assumption based off of all the interactions we had with them. And even then we could possibly be wrong. But more likely you would be right if you've made more interactions with someone, right? So that's just my opinion. I think he's good-hearted. Am I going to bet my life on the fact that he's never done anything wrong in life and that everything he says is true? No, I'm not going to bet that. So that's my honest opinion. And I hope that he gains more popularity in the future in the sense that he does good for the world, which is what he implies, right? So if he does more good for the world, I think naturally, even though I doubt the whole world will understand it, I do think more and more people will like him naturally if they realize that he is trying to do something out of the goodness of his heart.
Something called Bitcoin Brainstorm. We do a Bitcoin brainstorm monthly, and one of them was the convergence between Bitcoin.
I wish I did a
AI.
Bitcoin brainstorm. I was like,
you'll probably know of his developer name, Rosebeef, from the Lightning Network on, and he was talking about how in Africa already this convergence is redefining division of labor. I mean, the gig economy we understand here in the United States, put that on steroids in terms of micro gig economy in the emerging markets, and you have a whole whole new kind of economy. So yes, very exciting.
Yeah, we can see the hash rate exploding onto the scene, coming, and I hate to ask predictions again, but I think I remember your sort of bear case, median case, and best case. Give us some of those numbers as you see them.
Yes, well, we have all kinds of metrics, but when I was at Abundance, the forecast was, our bull case was $1.5 million in 5 years. So that would have been 2027. We still have time. And we still think that's going to be right. If you just look at the institutional push into Bitcoin, this new asset class, they have to consider it as fiduciaries. When you use those code words, new asset class, what it means, the correlation of these returns are very low compared to those of other assets.
Especially as bonds and stocks are becoming more correlated, you need something uncorrelated.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so they have to consider it. Now, what are we saying? There are 19.6 million Bitcoin out there right now, and the highest it will ever go is 21 million. Well, okay, there's real scarcity value. And what is going to happen? The price increase for every institutional dollar pushing in now is going to be much higher.
Dogecoin to the moon. Yes.
Last year.
Soon as this dump is over.
It's, we're going to get into, if these institutions really want to own it, what I found fascinating recently, just learned it this morning, is typically when you go through a price move, a Bitcoin price move to the upside, you usually see long-term holders, which is a metric we monitor. It's an on-chain analytics metric. And it means people who have not moved, or wallets that have not moved their Bitcoin in 155 days or more. Yes. Well, normally when you go through a price move to the upside, a very nice one like we've seen in the last year, that tends to start moving down. And it did that, true to form, but it has reversed in recent days, because what we learned is GBTC sold some of its Bitcoin. So that's why those wallets hadn't been changed in a long time, right? Now that is done, at least for the time being. Now that is done, and it's going back up again as the price goes up. That's highly unusual. And I think it is because the long-term holders saying, why would I sell now when I know all these institutions, which own nothing in this realm, in this new asset class, they have to consider it because it is a new asset class.
I have friends of mine who are just setting up their Bitcoins so they can borrow against it. No one wants to sell. Everyone is convinced it's on an uptick. And so I want to hit you a couple of questions here. A friend of mine who Bill Barhydt, who's the CEO of Abra, right, is when the last man standing. He's done an amazing job. What do you think of as the future of DeFi and the future of banking with regard to this?
Yes, and first let me tell you a little story about Bill. In 2017, when Bitcoin was below $1,000, and there was a war going on between the Bitcoin maximalists and those focused on the Ethereum network. Chris Berniski, you may know him. He was our first crypto analyst and went off to start Placeholder. He decided, you know what? We should have a meetup at our office between the Bitcoin and Ethereum supporters, and we'll provide rules of the we'll provide rules of the road. And Bill was the grown-up in the room, set the tone from the Ethereum side, and we had such a productive talk that I went out and bought Ether right away. I already owned a lot of Bitcoin because it was so convincing that there's a place for both.
Bill is a brilliant adult in this space. Yes, for sure.
Yes. And so yes, we're very excited about the Ethereum network and Solana. And so they all play different roles. And what I love is there's kind of a little competition. I think competition is always good to keep the other networks honest. And so, yes, we think that decentralized finance, and we do call it now the internet financial system, which is really Chris Berniski coined that. Yes.
I like that because it really talks about the functionality more than this ethereal idea. It is the financial backbone, and it's really the dematerialized and democratized access to taking action in the world.
Absolutely. And taking the middlemen out of everything. You know, when
get the sand out of the gears.
Yeah, when we did our digital wallet work, you know, we're saying, okay, let's try and figure out how many steps it takes for a merchant or for a consumer to pay a merchant. And that was 9 steps, including the 2 of them. And then and
there's a few of you in here. Thanks for joining. Smash like button if you haven't already. Good job to all of you that have done so.
I'm just a 2 to 4%
I'm moving
on every purchase in the world if you're using intermediaries, credit cards, and so forth. So just think about that. Cutting, you know, that tax rate dramatically is going to increase access dramatically.
I want to hit on another fun subject. The 9-year-old inside of me is like, the robots are coming. The robots are coming. You know,
yes,
so
they are.
Humanoid robots. Tesla Bot, a friend of mine, is one of the senior leaders at Tesla, and just showing me what's going on there is amazing, right? Tesla Bot 2, Optimus 2nd generation, and then we've got Amica, we've got Figure, and my count, 30 other humanoid robots under development.
Yes, and we think this is, first of all, if you look at the Wright's law and apply it to industrial robots, what we see is based on the 50% cost decline for every cumulative doubling in the number of robots out there, we believe that during the next 6 to 7 years, that space is going to grow the fastest, even faster than AI. Now, this is from a market valuation point of view. I'm talking about how it's valued in the marketplace. We think by more than 80% per year on a compound annual rate, whereas we think all of disruptive innovation will be growing 40% from roughly $20 trillion now in the public and private market. And Figure AI, we have taken a position in our venture fund there. So from 20 trillion to 220 trillion by the year 2030. So that's a 40% compound annual rate of growth. But generalizable robotics is going to grow the fastest, we believe.
Incredible. And my venture fund, Bull Capital, we took a position in Figure as well. And of course, I'm a huge Tesla fan.
Yes, of course we are too.
And it's interesting if you look at Elon's prediction on Optimus at 20,000. Let's say he's going to be optimistic as he normally is, and that's good. Optimism helps you. If innovators weren't optimistic, they would never start any of the ventures because you've got to be optimistic. But let's say that it's not 20,000 for an Optimus. Let's say, or a Figure. Let's say it's 50,000. If you're leasing it like you lease a car, $500 a month, you've got labor 24/7 sitting in your closet downstairs working for you. It's extraordinary.
It is. We're pretty excited. And the way we value this particular space is it's roughly 50-50, home and out of home, about $12 trillion each. So yes, very exciting.
It's a lot. Now, the numbers are interesting for those who haven't sort of seen the conversation. I've seen Vinod Khosla, who's a friend, talk about, as well as the team at Figure, that will hit, billions, perhaps 10 billion by 2040. These are humanoid robots walking amongst us, and millions by 2030. What do you think? What's your projections?
We think they are right, and that we are hitting the tipping point now. And Elon does not.
Oh, it's not even that bad. Bitcoin's at like 66.9 already. Ethereum still 3696. Wait, do I need to refresh again? Oh no. That's literally what it is. It's 66.9 for Bitcoin. The overall, even with that little drop, the overall coin market cap is still at 2.49 trillion, which is insane. And Dogecoin down to number 9, but at 18 cents, which is crazy, judging by how much it was before. Shiba Inu at 39 instead of like 44. But I have hope for Shiba Inu. I truly believe Shiba Inu this week is going to do some crazy stuff. Longest live stream I've been in, hands down. Sticking till the end. I'm leaving soon. Don't worry. Yeah, we're hitting 6 hours. So I'm just going to finish off at like, I think, around 6 hours. In between what she does right now, she has daydreaming about what house she's going to get when Doge goes over $1. No, I'm doing a lot. I'm like, okay, one of my phones, I'm doing my e-commerce stuff. I'm literally listing things and chatting with customers and doing counter offers and stuff like that with one of my phones. And then my second one, personal stuff and social media responses. So yeah, not ignoring you guys purposely, but just a lot of stuff I have to do. And I'm going to focus more on, my e-commerce side in a bit. That's why I'm going to go, because I wanted to do the stream. I thought it was going to be like literally 2 hours, honestly. When I started this, I thought that Bitcoin, I had too much hopes. I thought Bitcoin was for sure going to hit 69, because I think when it was bright out, Bitcoin was 68.5, and then now it's, hi there, Sony Case. Now it's not so bright out. On. But maybe tomorrow. I really want to be there and to watch like the markets grow for all of these different cryptocurrencies once we actually surpass like an old all-time high, which still has not occurred yet, right? Like I want to see Bitcoin actually, hopefully tomorrow when I wake up at like 70,000, and then what it does once it's at $70,000. Okay, now I gotta charge this phone. I'll say goodbye to you guys. Thank you all so much for joining my stream and listening to first Michael Saylor for a very long time in the background, and then Kathy Wood for like an hour. I'm going to keep listening to her because she just soothes me. But I appreciate you all. Smash the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. I will be back next time if you enjoy my videos, and I'll keep doing my short videos just because I enjoy them. And hope to see you tomorrow, if tomorrow means a new all-time high or a good price for SHIB or a new all-time high for Bitcoin, which I truly hope we get. Like, it's 9:30 p.m. PST right now, so anything could happen in the next 3 hours because Bitcoin is still not that low in my opinion. So bye, guys. Take care. See you soon. Bye, Pamela. Bye to all of my members on this channel. If you want to join and become a member, that way your name is highlighted when you chat, and I can see you for the comments. Definitely try that out, or just thanks for smashing the like button. Bye.